What's up, ladies and gentlemen? How are y'all doing? Technical crap. Here we go. Tell Automatic Slim, tell Razor toting Jim, tell Butch and I toting Nanny, tell Fast talking Fanny, are we gonna pitch a ball way down at the Union Hall? We gonna romp and trump till midnight, we gonna fuss and fight till daylight, we gonna pitch a wang dang doodle all night long, all night long. All night long, all night long. Tell Kudu crawling red, tell Abyssinian Ned, tell Pistol packing Pete, tell everybody's gonna meet. Tonight we need no rest, we're really gonna throw a mess. We're gonna break out all the windows, we're gonna break down all the doors, we're gonna pitch a wang dang doodle all night long, all night long, all night long, all night long. Tell Fats and Washbowl Sam, everybody's gonna jam. Tell Shaky Boxcar Joe, we got sawdust on the floor. Tell Peg and Aunt Caroline, oh, we gonna have a time. When the fish scent fill the air, there'll be snuff juice everywhere. We gonna pitch a wang dang doodle all night long, all night long, all night long, all night long, all night long. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? How are y'all doing? Get some background music going here. Hopefully it's not too loud. That was a little bit of Howlin' Wolf right there. I regret to inform y'all that my attempt at quitting smoking last week, failed miserably. It lasted about 5 days. I went out to a bar, had a couple of beers, and bummed a cigarette off of somebody. ruined it. We'll try again next week. Probably might have to lay off the alcohol for a while if I really want to quit smoking. But let's see here. And lose some damn weight. Shit. Let me see. Shan Baylor says, howdy from Bakersfield, home of Buck Merle and Mosrite Guitars. That's right. Over there in Bakersfield, California. Yeah, the Bakersfield Country Sound. Ron says, how are you, brother? Is that the first time you played that song on your show? I think I played it once or twice before. He says, fucking awesome. I appreciate it. Oscar Paul says, good Mr. Ed. How about you? I'm doing pretty good. Julian Santaguita says, I've never seen Ed doing this song before. What is that song? I never heard it. That is a Howlin' Wolf song called Wang Dang Doodle. I think I've done it a couple of times on the show before. Oscar Paul says, nice try talking about my attempt at quitting smoking last week. Ron says, just stay out of the bar, man. Yeah, I mean, I kind of play in those places all the time. Yeah, I just need to lay off the alcohol for a while. I'm getting fat too. So I might need to spend a few weeks not drinking nothing. Adam Carey says, what's up, Ed? The last song was great. Might take a few tries with SIGs, but you'll get it. I'm pulling for you. Yeah. Like back in the past, like when I would quit successfully, it would take multiple tries. Aloha says, George says, aloha everyone. Missed the opening. What's up, man? Ron says, up on the background music a touch yet? Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Ron says, respect for trying. Yeah, I'm glad I never got hooked on any real drugs like back in the day. Like, I would have never been able to quit. Let's see. Julian says, I might need to look at that song on YouTube. Yeah, this is an old Howlin' Wolf song. Frank Morgendorfer says, don't give up trying to give up on the smokes. Your body will appreciate it. Yeah, I felt pretty damn good for those 5 days. Like I breathed better and shit. Well, let me tell you, like this last show I did last week, on here, like the next day, like with no smoking, I had the worst hangover I've ever had in my fucking life. It's weird. I think nicotine affects the way you metabolize alcohol. And it helps you like have a lighter hangover. Maybe there's like a synergy between cigarettes and alcohol. You know, they go together like peas and carrots, or acid and ecstasy or something. Ordway says, grab yourself some NAC to help repair the liver and gallbladder. Ron says, you can watch it on the recorded stream. I've never seen that one on Ed's show. Ron says, pork and barbecue. Right. Until you go to Texas. And then it's like, no, you got to make a brisket. Ordway says, shots versus just beers. Yeah, I've actually, got something new. Let's see. For the first time in probably 25 fucking years, I have lowered myself to buying a bottle of Wild Turkey bourbon. Yeah. It's not the 101. This is just the regular stuff. There ain't no fucking way I'm drinking the 101. Broke my banjo on last week's show. Still got to repair that. I broke a tuning key. So tonight the banjo is going to be this guy here, this 100-year-old banjo. It's about 100 years old. I believe it's from the 1920s. It's open back, old-timey banjo. It's not the kind that's fit for playing like three-finger bluegrass and stuff like that. No brand on it, but knowledgeable fans have told me that it's probably a Stella. Let me see if I can show you all the action on here. Look at that action. Not a damn thing you can do about it either, except like a neck reset or something. I don't even think you could do a neck reset on this thing. Nah. Like the way it's built. Not Visible says, yeah, does it have bail money with it? Nah. I got some in my pocket. Christy says, OMG. Ordway says, looks different. It's been 40 years. Talking about the Wild Turkey bottle. Yeah, it looks different from when I last drank it. Julian Santaguita says, OMG, where'd you find that Wild Turkey bourbon? How about some Hank Williams? Looks like the banjo of yours is beat up looking. Might do some Hank Williams in a little bit. Christy says, hey Ed, banjo me. All right, play a banjo tune in just a second. Wapud Blue says Wang Dang Doodle actually written by Willie Dixon. Yeah, most of Howlin' Wolf stuff that you know about was written by Willie Dixon. Ron says that's cool. Not Visible says looks kind of high. Nah, I got a natural high. I haven't smoked weed in fucking years and years. Oh, he said the action on the banjo looked kind of high. Yeah, it's a bit high. You could probably play slide on that damn thing. Let's try it out. Shit. These last few drags here. Slide don't work on a banjo. No sustain. Here we go. Let's do some old shit. Old mountain shit. I'm going up the mountain, so a little cane. See my candy darling, sweet little Liza Jane. I'm going to Rocky Island, ho, honey, ho. See my candy darling, you know I love her so. When I'm gone, I'm going to Rocky Island, ho, honey, ho. See my candy darling, you know I love her so. Oh, little Liza Jane. Oh, little Liza, sweet little Liza Jane. Whoops. Clouds are rising, sure sign of rain. Put your gray bonnet on, sweet little Liza Jane. I'm going to Rocky Island, ho, honey, ho. See my candy darling, you know I love her so. Oh, little Liza, sweet little Liza Jane. Oh, little Liza, sweet little Liza Jane. Oh, little Liza Jane. Oh, little Liza, sweet little Liza Jane. That song is probably, shit, it's probably from the antebellum times, like way back. Julian says, if it was a resonator banjo, you'd be able to play slide on it. Maybe. Banjo Boy says, I know what Ed did with his long Labor Day weekend. He watched a bunch of football games. No, not me. Football's like watching bugs fuck to me. I don't watch it. Ron says, that thing's wicked cool. Appreciate it. Maxwell's World says, bro brought out the banjo. Not Visible says, sounds awesome. Appreciate that. Ron Swanson says, that banjo spin was sick. I remember bluegrass guys doing that. People used to do that like back in vaudeville and shit. Dave Macon used to do it, his old time mountain banjo player. There's a guy today named Leroy Troy that does it. George Ordway says, fancy steps required. Maxwell says, also didn't know you played banjo. Yeah, I pull it out sometimes. Ron says, what year would you put on that banjo? Sometime in the 1920s. It's about 100 years old. Not Visible says, how do you tune a banjo? There's lots of different ways to tune them. That one there's an open G, so basically bluegrass style. Somebody wanted to hear some Hank Williams. Let me see. Play Hank Williams, I got to have a little bit of alcohol in my system. Let me see here. Y'all tell me. We got some Irish whiskey here, some Jamesons, and we got some Wild Turkey bourbon. Haven't drank none in 25 years. So y'all tell me bourbon or Irish. We'll take a few votes. It looks like everybody's voting for Irish. Okay. Not Visible says, you know what I say. It looks like it's going to be Irish whiskey. Okay. Julian says, I heard the Air Jets on that Monday, Labor Day. It was so cool. Irish, you should put some Hank Williams songs on your albums. Yeah, I'd have to pay for them. Ron says, Ed's always dissing Wild Turkey. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Wild Turkey, not the highest quality liquor ever made. Get the patented Ed Phillips shot glass here. Available below in the merch link. Maxwell's World says, what about some Blind Lemon Jefferson? You learn any of his songs? I can do Matchbox, but I can't do it like he did it. I can do like more like Carl Perkins' version. All right, here we go. Let's see. Cheers. Saludos. Kim Pi. L'chaim. Skull. Prost. Right down the hatch. Banjo Boy says, what's the difference between a Harley and a banjo? You can tune a Harley. You're right, yeah. Can't get a banjo all the way tuned. Do I remember You're Cheating Hard? I don't think I've ever done that on the show. Let me see. You're cheating hard will make you weep. You'll cry and cry and try to sleep. But sleep won't come the whole night through. Your cheating heart will tell on you. Tears come down like falling rain. You'll toss around and call my name. You'll walk the floor the way I do. Your cheating heart will tell on you. That's right, you stupid bitch. You see what you did to me? I'm gonna fucking kill you. When tears come down like falling rain, you'll toss around and call my name. You'll walk the floor the way I do. Your cheating heart will tell on you. That's right, you goddamn whore. Your cheating heart will tell on you. I don't know if that was all the lyrics, but I kind of added a few, but. Oh yeah, Blind Lemon Jefferson song. Let me see here. I'll do the rockabilly version of it. I'll do the Carl Perkins version. Goddamn. This thing's got to be tuned. He says, bro, the dialogue is crazy. Banjo Boy says, God bless America. Wait, I got a tuner here. Let me tune this thing. I haven't played this guitar in a while. And of course my tuner's broke. Damn it. I'm sitting in one with a matchbox over my coat. I'm sitting in one with a matchbox over my coat. Ain't got no matches, but I got a long way to go. I'm an old poor boy, long, long way from home. I'm an old poor boy, long, long way from home. Ain't got no matches, but I got a long way to go. Ain't sitting there telling but a matchbox over my coat. I'm sitting in one with a matchbox over my coat. Ain't got no matches, but I got a long way to go. Like my peaches, baby, you can shake my tree. But if you don't like my peaches, baby, don't shake my tree. I'm an old poor boy, but just leave me be. I'm sitting in one with a matchbox over my coat. I'm sitting in one with a matchbox over my coat. Ain't got no matches, but I got a long way to go. Sitting in one with a matchbox over my coat. Sitting in one with a matchbox over my coat. Ain't got no matches, but I got a long way to go. All right. And by the way, you know, if y'all feel like tipping me, I'm basically busking on here. I don't put ads on these videos. If y'all want to help me out, super chats are the life of the show. Just, you know, throw me a little change if you want to. Got the $sign below the chat there you can click on. Get some background music going on here. Banjo Boy says, tune it better than a Joe. Wapwood Blue says, what us guitar players hate, tuning and retuning. Right. Christy says, woo. Ordway says, I need rain. I have a rain stick you can point me at. Appreciate it. I'm in the northern Maine woods. A rain stick? You mean like a dowsing rod or something? Let's see. Christy Bush says, fuck yeah, get the git fiddle. Julian says, wow, some rockabilly. I like that. Banjo Boy says, you can have our smoke, Maine woods. Get some like wildfire smoke up there. And Julian says, yeah, make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and share. Yeah, y'all do that. That helps me out a lot in the YouTube algorithm. Hit that thumbs up button, all that good stuff. Let's see, Mitchell Nathanson says, no ads, unlike NFL Red Zone. Right. Right. Bears Den sends me a super chat for $10. I appreciate that a lot, man. Thank you very much for that, sir. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to grab me a beer here. Banjo Boy says, damn right, the juke joint's the best. All right, I got a seasonal Sam Adams 12-pack here, like the fall seasonal. And we're going to review a couple of these. I think I've had all of these before, but it's been a long time, so. So let's see. I'll let y'all vote on which one. We got a Jacko pumpkin ale here. Then we've got a Flannel Fest, which is a Munich style Dunkel, so a German lager type beer. Y'all tell me flannel or Jack. I'll pour it in a glass. We'll get to see it, and I'll do like a little review of it, I guess. Let's see. Major Third says Sam Adams Oktoberfest is in stores here in Texas. Yeah, this has got Oktoberfest in it right here. This you know, this multi-pack. Ken Gray says sipping Jack here, talking about Jack Daniels. Mr. Grateful Ed says der Deutsche Flannel. Okay, he votes for the flannel. Christy says, thank you, Bears Den. Mitchell Nathanson says, beer that tastes like flannel has to be good. Oscar Paul says flannel. Bears Den says flannel. Okay, we're going back to the 90s. We're going to do some fucking flannel. Put these back. Christy says, what's the other one? That was a pumpkin ale. What did I do with my glass? Got to put it in a glass. Oh, here it is. Here it is. This is a Dunkel, like a German Dunkel, so it's probably going to be on the dark side. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, nice brown color. Whoa. Perfect pour. I'll kind of hold that up to the light. It's like a brown color. It's not as dark as it looks on camera. It kind of looks like a Nuki brown almost. Julian says, I never saw those before. I want the orange can. They got them out right now. It's seasonal. Bear's Den says, my pleasure. Christy Oscar Paul says, very dark. Banjo Boy says, did pumpkin spice come from Starbucks? No, that's been around way before Starbucks. Yeah, the pumpkin beer's got the spices in there. So, you know, I spent the last 3 months living in the deep south, so fuck summer. I'm glad fall is here, and I'm glad fall beer is here. Let's do a little taste of this. Nice malty taste. Let's see, look, a little bit of a little bit of nuttiness in there. Very good stuff. It's a German style dunkel. It doesn't have like that that bready flavor like you'd find in a brown ale, you know. It's a little bit cleaner. A little bit of hop bitterness, not too much though. Cut my air on for a second. I'm getting hot in here. Ordway says, Banjo, a few weeks ago I was mowing and smelled smoke. Those dang Canadian fires. Realized my mowing deck was on fire. Put it into 5th gear, grabbed my leaf blower to get it to burn out. Shit. Ordway says, I handled this all fine. Christy says, I'm a consumer. Mr. Grateful Ed says, a cigarette? That didn't last long. It lasted about 5 days. We'll try again next week. Quit smoking, you know. Christy says, I'm trying to spell motherfucking connoisseur. A connoisseur of beer? See if I can get this thing in the trash can. Splash says, hey Ed, I'm happy I caught your stream. Oh, glad to have you here, man. Christy says, head. Oh, shit. I think Ron had to step out a minute, like to go to a meeting. Ordway says, time to reflect with some smooge. Probably do a Friday show, and I'll probably, I believe I'm going to be having a session drummer that I know around here that's played in a few bands with me. And I might have my bass player Carol out here. So I'll have some special guests this Saturday, the day after the gig I got to play Friday. Banjo Boy says, after your version of Cheating Heart, do you know any other Crying in the Rain songs? Ooh, I might know a couple more Hank Williams songs here and there. A lot of country songs I don't know the words to. Like the lyrics to anything are my fucking Achilles heel. Ordway says, yeah, thanks for the SRV special. Oh yeah. Last week, last Wednesday was the anniversary of the death of Stevie Ray Vaughan. We played a couple of his tunes. You know, after Ozzy and Hulk, like I'm about tired of hearing about people dying. But Oscar Paul says, yep. I'll play a little bit in just a second. What do y'all got for me? Speak your minds, people. How's everybody handling, you know, fall about to be coming on, you know? My part of the country, like, fall kicks ass. Summer sucks here. Any Django? Don't know no Django Reinhardt. Red Roof, don't know that one. Christy says, come on, fall. Yeah, I believe she's in Texas. So yeah, summer sucks down there too, I imagine. Annoying Spore says, rain and wind just came slamming in Michigan, so maybe it'll get to somewhere that it needs to. Martian Murray says, I'm stoked about non-100 degree highs. Yeah, me too. Oscar Paul says, fall in Pittsburgh, very, very nice. Christy says, what's that, smells like fish? I can probably do that. All right. Some Blind Boy Fuller. Yeah, it's going to get hot at the end of the week here, get back up into the 90s. Hopefully, like, that'll be the last time. But, I mean, it stays pretty warm here till, like, October. How fucking old am I talking about the fucking weather? God damn. George Ordway says, levee? Yeah, I can do when the levee breaks. Jody says, I love fall. My favorite. This early stuff, great. Yeah, it's kind of cool early here. It got down to the 80s. All right. What was those two songs here? We had what's that, smells like fish, some old Piedmont blues, and when the levee breaks. All right. So that Piedmont rag here. A little bit of double entendre, you know, hokum. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Smell like sardines and it ain't no can. It's the same damn thing you chunk the other man will. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. It's nut pudding and ain't no pie. It's the same damn thing, you know you have to try. Well, what's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. It'll make you weep and it'll make you moan. It's the same damn thing that made me leave my home. Well, what's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Booty, if you really wanna know. The old-timey version of When the Levee Breaks by Memphis Minnie and Kansas Joe McCoy. Get this cable out of my way. keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. And the water's gonna come and we'll have no place to stay. All last night I sat on the levee and moaned. Well, all last night I sat on the levee and moaned, thinking about my baby and my happy home. Keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. Well, it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. All these people have no place to stay. Look at him, mama, now what am I to do? Well, look at mama, now what am I to do? Ain't got nobody to tell my troubles to. Levee, mama, both night and day. I worked on the levee, mama, both night and day. I worked so hard to keep that water away. I had a woman, baby, she wouldn't do for me. Well, I had a woman, she wouldn't do for me. I'm going back to my used to be. Well, the mean old levee taught me to weep and mourn. Well, the mean old levee taught me to weep and mourn. Taught me to leave my baby and my happy home. That's the original version of When the Levee Breaks. Later done by Led Zeppelin, like reworked a little bit. Keith Peterson sends me $5 in a super chat. He says, she has to be a dime piece if it smells like fish. Right. Thank you very much for that super chat, man. I appreciate that a lot, sir. Banjo Boy says, Great Lakes get humid summer and snowbelt winters. Fuck it, enjoy your pumpkin spice now. Julian Santaguida says, can't wait for fall. I don't know that classical song, Fallen Leaves. Edward, do you know the words to The Gambler by Kenny Rogers and Forever and Ever Amen by Randy Travis? Let me see. I know the chorus to The Gambler. Randy Travis, I saw him when I was a kid, saw him live. Don't think I know the words to Forever and Ever. Julian Santaguida says, I love fall, but I don't like getting shocked when I touch stuff. The fun part is seeing my breath. I don't have to worry about bugs all the time. Yeah, that's always good. A lot of bugs around here. Scott Whitaker says, hell yeah. Do you know any champion Jack Dupree, walk in upside your head? And I just got your Country Blues CD today. I'm excited. Well, thank you for buying that, man. I appreciate that a lot. The Jack Dupree song, that's not one I know, actually. Christy Peterson says, hey, Keith Peterson. Ordway says, applause. Yeah, it's hot in here with these lights. Let me cut my air on. Yeah, the Piedmont style blues I was doing before When the Levee Breaks, the What's That Smells Like Fish. It's very ragtime influenced. It's stuff you would find maybe from Alabama and around the mountains, up through South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia. In fact, the fellow who wrote that song, Smells Like Fish, that's Blind Boy Fuller. He was from Durham, North Carolina. They didn't call it Piedmont blues until the 1960s. That's a name that that musicologists gave it. But a lot of it's like ragtime, basically. George Ordway says, I just realized Chris Christopherson passed last year. Oh, yeah, you didn't know that? Yeah. I thought it was longer ago than that. Like 2 years or something. Scott Whitaker says, you know anything by a little Junior Parker? I'd have to learn some of his stuff. Brian McGuire says, Furry Lewis. I'd have to learn some of his shit too. If it ain't Yoko Ono or Billy Ray Cyrus, then I don't know it. Kiss, 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 kiss me, love. All your kisses will do. Oh, Keith Peterson sends me another $5 in a super chat. He says, jam a random song for Christy too. Okay, I'll do a random for y'all. Thank you for that $5. I appreciate that a lot. Super chats are the life of the show. Thank you, man. Let's jam a random song here. Hell, let's do some more banjo shit. Christy was liking the banjo. So. Now, if you're just joining me, my good banjo broke. Like I broke this key right here on it. My modern bluegrass banjo. So I've got a 100-year-old banjo right here today. Not very fit for playing bluegrass, but you can do claw hammer on it. We do some old time type of stuff, you know. Calf skin head on this thing. Probably from around the 1920s. Do a little song about that Carolina spring water. Woo! If it'll stay tuned. I'll hush up my mug if you fill up my jug with that good old Mountain Dew. Down the road here from me, there's an old holler tree where you lay down $1 or $2. Go on around the bend and come back again. There's a jug full of that old Mountain Dew. Well, they call it that old Mountain Dew. Hand him that, refuse it or few. I'll hush up my mug if you fill up my jug with that good old Mountain Dew. Well, the preacher rode by with his head high, still high, saying his wife had come down with the flu. He thought that I ought to sell him a quart of that good old Mountain Dew. Well, they called it that old Mountain Dew. Hand him that, refuse it or fool. I will shove my mug if you fill up my jug with that good old Mountain Dew. Well, they call it that old Mountain Dew. Hand him that, refuse it or fool. I'll shove my mug if you fill up my jug with that good old Mountain Dew. Well, keep this thing standing up. This thing does not like to stay in one place. Keith Peterson sends me another $5 super chat. He says, this is Ed Phillips, AI, and nobody this good. He says AI. Well, I appreciate that super chat, man. Thank you very much for your generosity, sir. Bear's Den says, you're making her sound great no matter how old. Cool. Appreciate that. That's what she said. The Ordway says, it's nice here in the Maine woods this time of year. The black flies and mosquitoes are mostly gone. Steve-O says, hey, y'all, and what's up, Ed? What's up, man? How you doing? Mr. Grateful Ed says, did that spring water wash the flannel out of your mouth? I mean, yeah, it definitely covered it up. Talking about this flannel beer here. It's a Sam Adams called Flannel something. It's a German Dunkel style beer. Let's see, Mackenzie Collins says, dang fine job. Appreciate that very much. Thank you. Doing some old vaudeville shit, some banjo gymnastics. I still don't know how to do the twirl thing. Like, might have to learn how to do that. You know, there's a way you can do it, like catching my shirt, piece of shit. Keep playing it, you know. What do y'all have to say for yourselves here? Like, in the 80s here today, like, that was really cool. Like, you know, kind of cool this week. Uncharacteristically cool for this time of year in South Carolina. Greenberry says, that's where ZZ Top got that move? I don't know. That came from vaudeville originally. Ordway says, any horsemen in you? Four horsemen? I mean, like Metallica? Banjo Boy says, when did you last drink some real Mountain Dew? Right before I played that song. It's totally legal Carolina spring water. Shit's smooth too. Trying to save it, like the stuff's so smooth. What temperature is it like for everybody in here, like in your part of the country or your part of the world? You know, I'm in my 40s now. I'm kind of old, so I like talking about the weather. It's like about 84 here today, which is nice temperature for this time of year. Julian says, wow, that technique you're doing, what technique is that? It made popular by Grandpa Jones. It was actually made popular by a fella named Uncle Dave Macon, who was the predecessor to Grandpa Jones. Grandpa Jones played a lot of his stuff. Dave Macon was one of the original Grand Ole Opry stars back in the 20s. And he probably learned to do that, you know, like that kind of that twirling thing. He probably learned that on vaudeville. Keith Peterson sends me another $5. He says, play that 5150 song. I appreciate that super chat very much, man. Thank you for that. Appreciate your generosity, Keith. Let me see the 5150 song. Trying to remember what that was. Diddy Wah Diddy. I think that's what he means. Yeah, the Diddy Wah Diddy. All right, we'll do that. Jody says, I was hoping your no smoking would have stuck. I know, very hard to do. Yeah, we'll try again next week. Okay, let's see. Keith gave me a hard one. We're gonna do some Diddy Wah Diddy by Blind Blake. Mr. Grateful Ed says, just under 100 here in Sacrificial Minto, California. It's been pretty mild lately. Ordway says, my bad, Highwaymen. Oh, I'd have to learn some of their stuff. That's that super group, wasn't it, with Johnny Cash and Willie Nelson and all them? Okay, Diddy Wah Diddy. Talking about some difficult shit. If I can find my thumb pick. Well, I'll be damned. I done lost both my thumb picks. Ordway says 62 here, man. You lucky. And Mackenzie says 68 in Southern Ohio. Damn. That would be nice if it was that way here. That's the lows here right now. Well, y'all, you have to give me a second. Here's a thumb pick. Can't find the one I was looking for. There it is. Damn it. Blind Blake, some Piedmont blues, ragtime style guitar. Covers coming off on a record needle. Okay, there we go. There's a great big mystery, and it sure is worrying me. There's a diddy wall diddy, that diddy wall diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what diddy wall diddy mean. Had a little girl about 4 feet 4. Said, now can I get some more? Yo, diddy wall diddy, yo, diddy wall diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what diddy wall diddy mean. I got out and I looked around. Somebody said, now look who's in town. Mr. Diddy Wall Diddy, Mr. Diddy Wall Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wall Diddy mean. To church with my hat on the seat. Girl said, Daddy, you sure is sweet. Mr. Diddy Wall Diddy, Mr. Diddy Wall Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wall Diddy mean. I said, sister, I'll soon be gone. Give me that thing you sitting on. Diddy Wall Diddy, yo, Diddy Wall Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wall Diddy mean. I got put out of church for talking about Diddy Wall Diddy too much. Mr. Diddy Wall Diddy, Mr. Diddy Wall Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wall Diddy mean. Blind Arthur Blake right there. The best guitar player of the pre-war period. Big influence on everybody of that time too, especially the Piedmont players. Banjo Boy says, Grandpa Jones was funny. I'm older than Ed because I grew up with Hee Haw. If the joke failed, we had those hotties in the cornfield. I had to watch Hee Haw all the time. My dad was into it. They were still showing new episodes of it when I was a kid, probably, like in the early 90s. Julian Santaguida says, I'm in the mood for some electric guitar and some Lightning Hopkins. Bring me my shotgun. You think you can do that? Yeah, I can do that. All right. Shaq says, maybe that's what I keep getting thrown out. Why I keep getting thrown out of church. I wouldn't go to church to meet girls. Like I want some fucking whores and stuff, you know. One of the wheels done come off my chair. That's why I'm having trouble moving around here. Bring me my shotgun. Lightning bound, I'm gonna shoot again. Bring me my shotgun. Lightning bound, I'm gonna shoot again. I'm gonna shoot my old lady. She's running around with too many men. Bring me my shotgun. Lord, and a pocket full of shells. Bring me my shotgun. Lord, and a pocket full of shells. I'm gonna shoot my old lady, throw her down in that deep blue well. She said, Lightning, you ain't gonna shoot me right now. I just dare you to try. She said, Lightning, you ain't gonna shoot me right now. I just dare you to try. Only reason I don't shoot you right now, baby, my double-barrel shotgun just won't fire. Let's see, Shaq said, oh, I just read that. Hooli in Santa Guida says, I remember when Hee Haw, I think Tennessee Ernie Ford was on it. Too bad he died. Yeah, he was pretty old, wasn't he? Ordway says, this might be out of bounds. Saturday night special. That's Leonard Skinner, ain't it? No, I've retired from playing Leonard Skinner, and I don't ever want to hear the word Leonard Skinner again in my life. Shaq says, all you need to figure out is how many men is too many. Yep. We had to play too much Leonard Skinner for the past 30 years. Making me violently ill over here. George Ordway says, okay. So let's see what's going on, everybody. Y'all tell me what's up with y'all, you know. Blues Rocker says, Ed, I wanted to tell you that your thumbnail picture looks better. Love the pimp hat. Yeah, I stopped using AI thumbnails. Like, basically what I would do is I would make an AI picture of a blues bar and put myself in front of it. And I was like, you know what, man? Fuck AI. I mean, if I'm going to hate AI, then I can't be using it, right? Already doing music with AI now, like, stuff sounds flat as hell. Christy says, that was excellent, Ed. Appreciate that. Blues Rocker says, you have a bar that looks better than AI anyway. Shaq says, my name is wrong. As he palms a basketball, I guess. Ordway says, have you seen the 2025 Beato Gilmore interview yet? Releases? Yeah, I've seen both of them. He did 2 with him. I saw the new one last night. That was pretty interesting. Usually when I watch those kind of interviews with Pink Floyd guys, I'm looking for some kind of tidbit about Syd Barrett. You know, Gilmore was actually brought into the band to cover for Syd Barrett after he started losing it. Blues Rocker says, see the lights behind you? Shaq says, can't fix it. Tamotsusui 90 says, join from Japan. How are you? Welcome to the show, man. Scott Whitaker says, weather has been nice here in Tennessee. Highs in the 70s, lows in the 80s. High 70s, low 80s. Okay. About like that here. Not for long. It's going to be 90 this Friday. George Ordway says, last night a lot of Syd during that time. They talked about Syd Barrett a little bit on there. Blues Rocker says, Gilmore plays great melodic solos. Yeah, one of the great Stratocaster players, Dave Gilmore. Heard he's playing a Gibson these days. Shaq says, error. Let's see, Tamo says, okay, fine, AM 9:45 over in Japan. It's actually 9:45 p.m. here right now, so like, yep, other side of the planet. Yeah, I've got my obligatory copy of Dark Side of the Moon down there somewhere. Where the fuck is it? I don't know where it is. Old 70s copy. Best Floyd album to me, Piper at the Gates of Dawn. Syd Barrett. Blues Rocker says, I like the album Animals. I listen to that when I want to veg out. Ordway says, any Pink Floyd India? Not lyrically. If I did one, it would probably be one that most people haven't heard. Let me see. Do I know it? Arnold Layne had a strange hobby, collecting clothes, moonshine, washing line. They suit him fine. On the wall hung a tall mirror, distorted views, see through baby blue. He dug it, oh, Arnold Layne is not the same. Take to know, to know. Why can't you see? Fuck. Yeah. Never tried to play it much. Now he's cold, a nasty sort of person. They gave him time, dolls, bang, chain gang. He hates it, oh, Arnold Layne is not the same. Takes two to know, to know, to know. Why can't you see? Yeah, just about got it. Yeah, I like the old Syd Barrett stuff. Arnold Layne, that was probably Pink Floyd's first hit. About 1967 that probably came out. I think they did the recording at the same time the Beatles were doing Sgt. Pepper in the same studio at Abbey Road. Ordway says he knew it. Okay. I don't know how many people know that old stuff, that the old Piper at the Gates of Dawn era, the Syd Barrett era. Steve-O knows it. He said, heck yeah. Blues Rocker says, it's been a long time since you played that tune. Have I played it on here before? I don't think I have. Mackenzie says, yes, that's badass. Yeah, I fucked it up a little bit. It's kind of pulling it straight from memory. Julian says, rip Tennessee Ernie Ford. I think he was in his 70s or 90s when he died. I think he was pretty damn old. He did 16 Tons. That was a song that Merle Travis wrote. Blues Rocker says, I've often wondered how much Alan Parsons was involved with the music on the Dark Side of the Moon. Well, he was the engineer, I think, wasn't he? Or one of the engineers. I think I got an Alan Parsons Project record down there somewhere. It's a shame that the guys in Pink Floyd can't fucking get along. Like Roger Waters is an asshole and the rest of them hate him. And like if they did a tour, you know, and came around like Atlanta or somewhere, I'd go see them. Christy says, I love all Pink and Zappa. Zappa was cool as hell. You know, you thought it was a man, but it was a muffin. Julian says, I Googled it. He was in his 70s. He died at the age of 72, died from liver failure, talking about Tennessee Ernie Ford. Blues Rocker says, I've never heard anyone do Arnold Layne before. I said, oh wait, he retracted it. He must have mangled the grammar and typing and stuff. George Ordway says, I had to cross the border to get a lot of early Pink Floyd and Cult since they could not get into the U.S. Really? Damn. That's wild. Couldn't sell... Oh, talking about early Pink Floyd, huh? Pink Floyd did one tour here, like in 68, I think, when Syd Barrett was still with them. And he was losing his shit by the time they got over here. He's like on the Pat Boone show, and Pat Boone's like asking him a question. He just looks at him like, yeah. Blues Rocker says, forget it, I'm stoned. George Ordway says albums back then. Let's try this Sam Adams pumpkin ale here. This Jacko is called. See what it looks like. Should be like a copper color, I would think. Pumpkin beer. I can smell the spices already. It's got strong spices in it. Wasn't able to fit it all in here. Let me see. All right, good pour. Look at the color on that. That's nice. It's kind of hazy. Kind of a golden, almost copper color. All right, cheers. Kim Pie, salute. Woo, that's spicy. They overdid the pumpkin spice this year. Straight away, like nutmeg, cinnamon, clove. A little too strong, actually, the spice in there. Very sweet, too. God damn. That's almost like a damn pumpkin pie. It's just like got too much spices in it. Ordway says, Blues, just clean my one hitter. I'll join you in a few. All right. Blues Rocker says, slurping a spiced beer don't sound good to me. Haha. Steve-O says, woo. Yeah, they overdid it a little bit like this year. Like Sam Adams comes out with a pumpkin beer about every year. Like sometimes they do it pretty good. This year is like it's just a little too fucking too forward with the damn pumpkin spice. It smells like one of those old potpourri things that your grandma used to have. Like it kind of tastes like that. See here, what can we do here? Some lyrics for this. Let's do some Delta blues here. Damn it. Steve-O says, sipping Kentucky bourbon with Mackenzie tonight. Cool, cool. Yeah, I got some Kentucky bourbon here. Nobody's voted on opening it yet. Got the Wild Turkey, the damn $22 bottle of fucking bullshit that I haven't drank in 25 years. Banjo Boy says, did your grandma drink? A little bit, not much. Like my dad's mom, like she would drink a beer every now and then. My mother's mother, like I don't know if she drank at all. Like she was like churchy and stuff. The Delta Blues. gonna join the Baptist church. I'm gonna find me religion, and I'm gonna join the Baptist church. Well, I wanna be a Baptist preacher, so I won't have to work. Well, one deacon jumped up, he began to grin. Said, you know, one deacon jumped up, he began to grin. Said, you know one thing else, believe I'll go back to barrel housing again. Well, one sister jumped up, she began to shout, baby. One sister jumped up, she began to shout. Said, you know your drink's corn liquor, and I'm glad this old stuff's going out. Well, another deacon jumped up, said, why don't you hush? One deacon jumped up, said, why don't you hush? Well, you know you drink liquor, baby, and your wine's a horrible scourge. Well, I was in the pulpit, baby, I was jumping up and down. Well, I was standing in the pulpit, I was jumping up and down. Well, my sister's in the corner, crying Alabama bound. Well, wish I had, baby, a heaven of my own. Well, you know I wish, baby, I had a heaven of my own. I'd give all of my women, baby, a good old happy home. I'm gonna find my seat and sit down. Well, you know I'm gonna find me, choose my seat and sit down. But when the Spirit comes, baby, I want you to jump right up and down. That's some Son House right there, the preaching blues. Delta Blues, ladies and gentlemen. Kent Kearney sends me $5 in a super chat. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that, sir. Super chats are the life of the show, so I do appreciate those when y'all send them. I'm basically busking here. I don't put ads on these live shows, so you can throw me a tip in the tip bucket by going to that $sign at the bottom of the chat there. Just clicking on that. Christy says, no, but Granddaddy's moonshine was infamous around Chattanooga. Both of my grandpas drank a little bit. My dad's dad drank more. Like, you know, me and him would go over to this black guy's house, like this old black guy, and he'd sell him beer. And he'd be drinking this stuff. He'd be like, hey, don't tell your damn grandma that I'm drinking this shit, all right? Blues Rocker says the older sister turned 65 on the 5th of this month. Yak Fishing says lively crowd tonight. Got a few people in here tonight. Blues Rocker says my sister is part of the AA people. Those people will drive you to drinking. I bet they will. Shit. Scott Whitaker says great job on a good song. Appreciate that. Yak Fishing says rolling in the floor laughing his ass off. Mari says, hey Ed, how you doing? Got here a bit late. What's up, man? How you doing? Graph Storm says, hi Ed, what's up, man? Welcome to the show. Well, those of you just joining me, you'll see that my attempt to quit smoking last week failed fucking miserably. Lasted about 5 days. We'll try again next week. Let me see here. Perfect pour down the hatch. Let me read some of these. Read some of these comments like in the backlog here. George says we can talk about the. Can we talk about the history of prog rock and the blues influence? Well, I know a little bit about the history of prog rock. I was never like a giant prog rock listener. I mean, I was really big on Jethro Tull. Yak Fishing says, you can do it, Ed. If I can, you sure can too. Well, yeah, I'm going to give it another shot next week. Prog rock started probably in the early 70s, or maybe if you want to stretch it, the late 60s. There were a couple of bands like Jethro Tull that started out as blues bands and got more complicated. I think like the seminal album for prog rock like was not a prog rock record. You know, the album that influenced everything was probably two, Sgt. Pepper and Pet Sounds by the Beach Boys. You know, Sgt. Pepper by the Beatles. Those two records kind of started prog rock, even though they were more psychedelic type records. Graph Storm says, I've been on the search for a bassist, was feeling kind of down, then walking home I heard some music. What's that sounds live? I came around the corner and there on this porch sat a bassist. All right, cool. Well, if it's a bass player, you know, you might want to check his criminal history and see if he has his own car and all that good stuff. But Shaq says, I had some money for badass music, but I rebooted everything. Can't get the name right. But I did have time to hook up the big speaker. Cool. Blues Rocker says, like any jazz tunes? I'm a big fan of bebop, you know, like old stuff like that. Coltrane, I like some Miles Davis. I like Wes Montgomery. A lot of the drummers I like old Max Roach and people like that. Banjo Boy says, did you like Tommy talking about the Who record, I guess? Yeah, that was a very good record. Yeah, that was the Who's masterpiece. Rock opera. Blues Rocker says, Geezer Butler was a guitar player that picked up a bass. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Another one of those frustrated guitar players. Ordway says, I always thought Pink Floyd started prog rock. Kind of hard to say who started it. Like, a lot of those bands we call prog rock got going at about the same time. Like, we had King Crimson and, you know, people like that. Pink Floyd was kind of early. Yes was kind of early. Shaq sends me a $2 super chat. I appreciate that very much. Thank you for that super chat, man. Jody says, do you like Billie Holiday? Yeah, great singer, great singer. I heard this story about her, like when she died, she had like $50 rolled up and hidden inside of a certain, you know, area of her body, and pulled it out and had her give it to her friend, had him give it to her friend, you know. Yeah, she was a great jazz singer. I think she was going back in the 40s and stuff, like originally. Blues Rocker says Kansas was prog. Oh, yes, they were. Never was a big Kansas guy. Shaq says wrong name still works. Yak Fishing says that's called her prison purse, Ed. Right. Graf Storm says, the bass is a different mindset. I kind of get it as a guitarist, but I know my place. Unless I put time into bass, I'm a guitarist. I can play the bass, you know. I mean, I actually did play bass for a punk band for several months, like back in the, about 2000 or so. Steve-O says, can we get that badass version of John Henry tonight? Hopefully I didn't miss it. All right, I'll do that for you. So let me smoke this thing here. Cosmic Sunbeams does a bong hit. Well, I'll match that bong hit with a little bit of liqueur. Blues Rocker says, why? I wondered why that coat smelled like fish. Wardway says, is Rush prog rock? Oh, definitely, yeah. Okay, I got an unopened bottle of Wild Turkey here. Just, you know, good old Kentucky bourbon, not the best in the world. I've also got a bottle of Johnny Walker Red Label. Y'all tell me, Scotch or bourbon? Bob Jones sends me $20 in a super chat, says, why does this $20 smell funny, right? I appreciate that super chat very much, man. Thank you for that. Super chats are the life of the show. I appreciate those a lot. Christy says, do tell. Jody says, she's a favorite of mine, talking about Billie Holiday. Never heard that story before, but sounds true with the shit she went through during that time. Yeah, I saw an interview, like on a documentary about her, like with some guy that knew her who told that story. And he's the one that got the money. Graf Storm says, hell, Ed, you know, a strong rhythm section will set up the foundation. You dance, they hold it down. Yep. Need a good rhythm section with a good bass player and a good drummer. Got that pocket, you know. Blues Rocker says Scotch. Shaq says it's all the same. Christy says, does it smell like fish, Bob? Basil says Walker. Scott Whitaker says kicking chicken. Christy says, thank you, Bob Jones. Blues Rocker says, she must have had a lot of love for the presidents. Kent Kearney says, good tips, go deep. So I got 2 votes for Scotch. Any more votes? Scotch versus bourbon here. Then we'll hit some John Henry. Yak Fishing says, King Crimson and the Moody Blues are credited for the first prog bands. I wouldn't doubt it with King Crimson. They were pretty damn early. Graf Storm says, smoke some more weed, Ed. Space out into the great beyond. I haven't smoked weed in like 15 years. Now we got 2 votes for bourbon, so we're tied. Somebody's got to break this tie. Scott Whitaker says Wild Turkey. And Jody says bourbon. Okay, so now the bourbon's winning. Bobby Jones says LOL Prague. I thought you kept saying frog. No, Prague Rock. That pretentious, suburban college boy stuff, from the early 70s. Graf Storm says Burviden. Yak Fishing says Scotch. Blues Rocker says I guess it ain't all pink inside. Some are green. Right. Dave Whitley says I've been wearing shopping or Tupelo. Shaq says, what would REO Speedwagon be? That's a good question. That might be considered prog rock. I don't know, like are bands like REO Speedwagon and Journey prog rock? I'm not sure. So I guess Wild Turkey wins this one by like 1 vote. Jody says you should try a gummy. You would like them. Different than smoking. That would probably fuck me up and put me on like Astroland and shit. Yak Fishing says if it's green or smells like fish, run. Don't look back, run. Bob Jones says no. Graf Storm says I was working on some BB King stuff. 4 or 5 notes. Make each count. Make more from less, in my opinion. Yeah, that's kind of what you do with blues lead. Let's go ahead and try this Wild Turkey. 25 years since I drank Wild Turkey. Probably gonna suck. Not Visible says, I'm a bassist. I keep the bottom in, but I figure out how to jam some ass-whipping bass lines. George Ordway says, Dealer's Choice. Dave Whitley says, I have a perfect, the name from Sinners Right 0 Hour. Scott Whitaker says, Blue Oyster Cult. That might, I don't know if they're a prog band or not. I'm not quite sure. It's kind of hard to define like a lot of these genres. Bob Jones says, Emerson, Lake and Palmer is prog, right? Yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, Emerson, Lake and Palmer. All right, here we go. Cheers, Kim Pie, Skull, Prost. How many more can I think of here? Slantia, L'chaim, here we go. Down the hatch with some Wild Turkey bourbon. Yeah, I mean, it won't kill you, but it ain't worth a fuck really. But I mean, it's not like the greatest bourbon in the world, of course. It costs $22. Lisa Kozik says, cheers. Not Visible says, bail money. Yeah, that stuff needs to come with bail money. Mari says, once you get past the smell, you got it licked. Shaq says, yep, it's gonna suck. Bob Jones says, early Genesis pre-fill. If I'm not mistaken, the term prog rock was coined for Genesis in some article. Yeah, the fucking Peter Gabriel Genesis. Graf Storm says, not Visible, you live in the Seattle area. Yak Fishing says, nah, bro, if it stank, I'm gone. That's low-hanging fruit. Blues Rocker says, hit the thumbs up. Yeah, y'all hit that thumbs up button. I would appreciate that a lot. Help me in the YouTube algorithm. Don't cost you nothing. Subscribe. Share this on your social media, all that good stuff. Bob Jones says, gobble, gobble. And Bob says, I like Jack Daniels. I kind of like Gentleman Jack. I don't like the regular Jack Daniels. Kent Kearney says Peter Gabriel. Yeah, Peter Gabriel is okay. Like, most people know what I think about Phil Collins, but Peter Gabriel, like, all right guy, you know. Dave Whitley says Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. I hate myself for loving you. That's one I don't know, but you know, I've heard it, of course. I used to have a bass player, a chick bass player, that was obsessed with Joan Jett. Jody says, take a little bit. How I got my mama to like them. She's never smoked. Talking about the weed gummies. Frank Morgendorfer says, PFM, great Italian prog, band from the 70s, worth checking out. PFM, I have to look them up. See, I was never like a huge like prog rock guy. There's some old King Crimson stuff I like. I'm a big Jethro Tull fan. I've got just about all their shit. Blues Rocker says, I thought you had an unopened bottle of Wild Turkey that he have had for 20 years. I'd be worried about that. No, I just bought that today. Mari says, Peter Gabriel's great, but he was nuts. Yeah, I mean, he had a way with like instruments. Like he knew how to like work instruments on a fucking record. Blues Rocker says, I Want to Be Your Dog was Joan Jett's best tune. I believe that's a damn Iggy Pop tune, isn't it? That's the Iggy and the Stooges. She must have covered it. Graf Storm says, I was listening to early ZZ Top first and second albums. This is some shite I like. ESP is a power trio player, especially as a power trio player. Yeah, like Trace Hombres, that was a good album. Annoying Spore says, Trespass was named 9F album. I still have one PFM album. Haven't heard it in years. Christy says, but what? Yak Fishing says, Joan Jett and the Blackheads. Jody says, I Love Rock and Roll is a favorite song. That's a Joan Jett song. I think somebody else wrote that. Yeah, I used to have to play that with my bass player who was obsessed with Joan Jett. Bob Jones says, my mom had the Aqualung album when I was a kid. I would listen to that album all the time. Oh yeah, I got my obligatory copy down there. Yeah, Aqualung, probably their biggest record in America. Ian doesn't think it's anything special, but it's just a badass album, especially the acoustic work on there. Bob Johnson thought the cover was cool, talking about I Want to Be Your Dog. Yeah, that was an old Iggy song there. Annoying Spore says the only thing still popular in 80s was Crimson, Zappa, Rush, and Marillion. Blues Rocker says, yes, she covered that tune better than the original, but I like the Stooges version. Kent Kearney says, Bob Jones' snot is running down his nose. Snot is running down his nose. Seen him play that live 3 times. Old Ian Anderson. Graf Storm says, I moved to playing my Strats almost exclusively now. I like the voices my Strats provide. Helps me move to new music with new band. Yeah, like a Strat used to be my main guitar. Like for years and years, like I finally like cottoned back on to Gibsons and stuff. I'd had that Les Paul my whole life that my dad owned, but I was a Strat guy. And then I got more into humbuckers, like in just recent few years. I believe we had a request for John Henry. After I smoke this, I'll play that. Bob Jones says, I met Lita Ford, fellow Runaway, recently at the Rainbow in Hollywood. She was really cool and nice. Okay, so she was in the Runaways with Joan Jett. Okay, I didn't know that. Ordway says, do you know any Gordon Lightfoot? I don't think I do. Blues Rocker says, remember the tune Don't Call Us, We'll Call You? That was Sugarloaf. Yeah, my dad liked that song. They actually worked that Beatles riff into there, the riff to I Feel Fine. Christy says, I second that, George. Shaq says, Ian had a unique guitar style. Yeah, he, I think when I saw him, he played like a little parlor guitar looking thing. And yeah, he really could play some acoustic stuff. Scott Whitaker says, Howlin' Wolf might do you some of that. All right. Kent Kearney says, Old Dan's Records is a favorite. Christy says, love Howlin' Wolf too. Graf Storm says, I was a Gibson player for 20 years, I think. Yet now I'm changing. You know, a Strat does sound cleaner. It's kind of more expressive in some ways. But, you know, you get into like heavy distortion, like hard rock and stuff, then you got to pick the Gibson back up, right? And Dave Whitley says, Hart Barracuda. Kent Kearney says, Ian played the shit out of a flute. Yeah, oh yeah. Like, when he had a daughter, and when his daughter grew up, like, she learned to play flute classically, and she told him, hey, you're fingering the thing wrong. And she taught him how to do it right. He said that he traded a 1962 Stratocaster at a guitar store for the first flute that he had. So you know, about a $20,000 guitar for a fucking $20 flute. Blues Rocker says, I had a humbucker once. She hummed until 11, but she bucked until midnight. Bob Jones says, what is your opinion of Keith Richards? Well, it's cool that he's still alive. I mean, the Rolling Stones actually did pretty good blues. Like their blues covers went pretty well. Now, I am a Beatles guy. I'm like a Beatles fanatic. I don't listen to the Stones a whole lot. Yak Fishing says, Dorothy Persh was a great singer back in the day. Kept all the attention from going to Lita. Banjo Boy says, do your bandmates ever tell you to tone it down? No, that's the job of the club. They always tell me to tone it down. Bob Jones says, I love his sloppy, barely holding it together style myself, talking about Keith Richards. Yak says, Tellys are the best all around electric. I never liked a Telly myself. Okay. Let's see here. Do a little bit of John Henry, and then we'll do a Howlin' Wolf song. Or Willie Dixon via Howlin' Wolf. John Henry was a little baby boy. You could fit him in the palm of your hand. His papa cried out, there's a lonesome farewell. Gonna be a steel driving man, Lord, Lord. Gonna be a steel driving man. John Henry climbed up the mountain. He looked down the other side. The mountain was so tall, John Henry was so small. To be down John Henry walked through the tunnel, had his captain by his side. The last words that John Henry spoke to bring me cold drink of water before I die, Lord, Lord. Cold drink of water before I die. John Henry told his captain, I wanna go to bed. Well, fix me a pallet, I won't lie down. I got a mighty roar in my head, Lord, Lord. I got a mighty roar in my head. Little blues song there that people used to play the slide with the back of a jackknife on that one. Probably from up around the mountains somewhere, maybe West Virginia. I believe that's where John Henry might have been from. One time I did a video with this resonator here, and I got a comment in the comment section, and the guy was like, "You idiot! You're supposed to play those on your lap." Like he didn't know the difference between like a square neck bluegrass dobro and then one that you know, a round neck when you keep up like this. Fucking stupid people on the internet. All right. Let's do some Willie Dixon / Howlin' Wolf here. Spoonful of diamonds, could be a spoonful of gold, just a little spoon of your precious love, satisfy my soul. Men lies about a little, some of them cries about a little, some of them dies about a little. Everything fighting about the spoonful, the spoon at the spoon at the spoonful, spoon at the spoon at the spoonful, spoon at the spoon at the spoonful. Everything fighting about the spoonful. Coffee, could be a spoonful of tea, just a little spoon of your precious love, good enough for me. Men lies about a little, some of them cries about a little, some of them dies about a little. Whatever the desert sand. Could be a spoon, a little 45. Save you from another man. Man lies about a little. Some of them cries about a. Some of them dies about a little. But everything's fighting about the spoonful. Spoon that, spoon that, spoonful. Spoon that, spoon that, spoonful. Spoon that, spoon that, spoonful. Everything's fighting about the spoonful. Everything's a lying about her. Everything's a crying about her. Everything's a dying about her. Well, everything's fighting about the spoonful. Spoon, little spoon, little spoonful. Spoon, little spoon, little spoonful. Spoon, little spoon, little spoonful. Well, everything's fighting about the spoonful, baby. Howlin' motherfucking wolf there. Had to throw in a little bit of Jack Bruce at the end, you know. Everything's a crying about it, you know, from that Cream record. Kent Kearney says, hang on. HW equals Ed Hines Jr.'s parents are Leon and Gertrude Burnett, Howlin' Wolf. His name was Chester Arthur Burnett. That was his real name. Alan Baval says, saludes from Brazil. Well, saludes to you, sir. Kent Kearney says, Howlin' Wolf is buried outside Chicago Glendale Cemetery. Blues Rocker says, badass, you make me a proud owner of my coffee cup. Now I need to order one of your beer glasses. Can you show me those? All right. We'll show those in just 1 second. Shaq sends me $5 in a super chat. Thank you very much for that, sir. I appreciate that a lot. Super chats are the life of the show. So if y'all want to throw me a tip, just go to that $sign at the bottom of the chat there. That would be much appreciated. Shaq says, Ed is sitting here knocking out the best covers of these songs ever. Gotta put in. Rodney says, might go to Blues Barbecue Festival in New Orleans in October. You ever been free? Never been out there, nah. No, never been to New Orleans, really. And yeah, let's see. Yeah, Blues Rockers wants me to show my merch store. Let me pull that up here. George Ordway left a link to it. Where is it? Yeah, there we go. So I got some merch for sale if y'all want to check that out. I got a coffee cup. Got the patented Ed Phillips shot glass. Got a pint glass, a beer glass, and I got a t-shirt. Looking at getting more stuff up there, but right now I got those 4 items. If y'all want to check that out, would appreciate that a lot. Steve-O says, in the rock and roll truth. Banjo Boy says, throw in some Elvis. Everyone loves Elvis. Might do some Elvis in just a second. All right. Blues Rocker says, don't you have a PayPal for people? Some people don't trust YouTube. Yeah, I do have a PayPal link. George might be able to throw that up there. Yeah, PayPal takes less of a cut of the donations and stuff. Blues Rocker says, need to find a few different styles of hats. Yeah, like all the hats on the website I use to sell merch, like they're all like fucking baseball hats and trucker hats and stuff like that. Kent Kearney says Etsy store. Yeah, it's an Etsy shop. I think there's a way to sell merch through YouTube, but I'm not sure like how to do it. I haven't looked into it. Blues Rocker says it would be cool to offer one or two iconic looking hats. I could probably do like a damn baseball hat. You know, I don't wear baseball hats myself. Freak Scene Edit says, "Hey Ed, what's up, man? How you doing?" Phil Judd says, "Howdy from Brisbane, Australia. What's up, man? Howdy from South Kakalaki." My thumb pick. Ordway says, yeah, he puts the link to the PayPal there. Like when you donate to PayPal, I don't see those immediately, but yeah, that's a good way to do it if you want to throw me a tip. YouTube takes less of the money. SD says, I like that hat, very funkadelic. I found this hat in an antique shop in Thompson, Georgia. Just an old pimp hat, probably from the 70s or something. Paid $20 for it. The Blues Rocker says, I'm talking blues hats of yesterday. See, I don't know if I can make one of those. Like as far as the supplier of products I go to. Phil Judd says, yeah, PayPal is a few days for the money to come through. SD says, just needs a peacock feather. Right. It's got some kind of fake, like, I don't know, or dyed feathers on here. Shaq says, not only are these the best covers of these songs, the production value is perfect. If it's not, my big speaker will know. Yeah, I just got one mic here. It's a decent mic. And, you know, got a decent camera, got a DSLR filming me here. I like it to look good, you know. Trying to get down this sweet-ass, like, spiced pumpkin beer here. Too sweet, too sweet. Blues Rocker says, don't need the hat to say your name on it, just offer a player's hat. That could be a possibility. So we had a request for some Elvis. Let's do some Elvis. All right, got to get this amp back into rockabilly mode. Phil Judd says, do you do much live gigging nowadays? Are you one of the best authentic sound singers, players I've ever heard? Get the real sound down. Yeah, I'll be playing Friday, actually. The gigs are picking up lately, actually. I've been playing a lot. SD says, sounds live. No, I mean, hope it does. Sounds pretty good there, actually. Crank down the gain a little bit. Might have a couple of other musicians on here Saturday, actually. Might do some playing. I've got a drummer I've been in a few bands with. He was a session drummer up in New York, and I got my bass player might be coming down. We might jam out a few on here. It'll be Saturday night. thing's sounding right. Well, that's all right, mama. That's all right with you. That's all right, mama. Just any way you do that, that's all right. That's all right. That's all right now, mama. Any way you do. Well, mama, she done told me. Papa done told me too. Son, that girl you fooling me, she ain't no good for you. That's all right. That's all right. That's all right now, mama. Any way you do. I'm leaving town, baby. Leaving town for sure. You won't be bothering with me hanging around your door. That's all right. That's all right. That's all right now, mama. Any way you do. Da da dee 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 dee. I need your love. That's all right. That's all right now, mama. Any way you do. That's all right now, mama. Any way you do. Oh, shit. A little scratchy here. George Ordway says, Ed, you done Folsom yet? I can do Folsom. Get a capo. I hear that train a-comin', it's a-rollin' round the bend. I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. Well, I'm stuck in Folsom Prison. Time keeps dragging home. But them people keep moving on down to San Antonio. When I was just a baby, my mama told me, son, always be a good boy and don't never play with guns. Well, I shot a man in Reno just to watch him die. When I hear that whistle blowing, I hang my head and cry. Well, I know there's rich folks eating in a fancy dining car. I know they're drinking coffee and smoking big cigars. Well, I know I had it coming. I know I can't be free. Them people keep moving, and that's what tortures me. If they freed me from this prison and that railroad train was mine, I bet you I'd have moved it on a little further down the line. Far from Folsom Prison, that's where I'd want to stay. Then I'd let that lonesome whistle blow my blues away. Hello, I'm not Johnny Cash. Blues Rocker says, got some hill country in you. Or did I miss that earlier? I can do some hill country blues. All right. Let's tune this thing down here. Blues Rocker says, if you've ever heard Keb Mo play Folsom Prison, I highly recommend it. I have to check that out. Let's see. SD says, favorite Beatles guitar song is about happiness as a warm gun, but Strawberry Fields and Because are good solo songs. Always liked Happiness as a Warm Gun on the White Album. That was always a cool ass song. SD says, Ed is my steampunk guru. I was just a regular punk. Like the Sex Pistols kind. Don't not kept mama, baby, hang your gown there. Now before day we're gonna shake 'em on down. Well, my star love. Too much is dead to me. Through the week, well, save these chili peppers some more. Rainy day, well, now my star love. Ain't been to Georgia, baby. I've been told, well, Georgia women got the best jelly roll. Well, now my star love. Fix my supper, baby. Go to bed. Well, this white lightning done gone to my head. Well, now my star love. CC Ryder, baby, what you done? Well, caused me to love you now. Your man done come and now my star love. Oh, must I shake 'em on? down. They do something to me, baby. Don't know what it is. Well, getting me drunk at that old whiskey still. Well, must I love? Oh, must I shake 'em on down? A little bit of hill country style there. Mississippi Fred McDowell style of the old song. What's it called? "Shake 'Em On Down," with a Book of White's lyrics though. So that's the ones I can remember. SD says, "Hear that train a coming." That's a Hendrix song actually. Did on the 12 string. Have to learn that one. Ken Gray says, "Mystery Train." I can probably do that. Blues Rocker says, "Yeah, it's just pimping the blues, people." SD says, "Big feet." Blues Rocker says, "Little toes." SD says, "Mosh for the kids." Mosh is for kids. I used to mosh back in the day. SD says, "Popping will give you a ventricular pooping. No, pogoing will give you a ventricular hemorrhage and you'll go blind." I survived it. Blues Rocker says, "Loved your Shake 'Em On Down." Appreciate that. Kent Kearney says, "Bill Withers' Shake 'Em On Down." I didn't know he did a version of it. SD says, "Leaves two-step and slow dance." Jody says, "Nice." Appreciate it. Okay, Mystery Train. Let's try that. Gonna have to retune the guitar again for that. Oh, that beer sucks. Having trouble getting around here. One of the wheels on my chair came off. Close enough, close enough. Train I ride, 16 coaches long. Train I ride, 16 coaches long. With that long black train, got my baby gone. Train, coming around the bend. Train, bend. Well, it took my baby, but it never will again. Train, coming on down the line. Train, coming on down the line. Well, it took my baby, well, she's mine, oh mine, mine, oh mine. Coming around the bend. Train, coming around the bend. Well, it took my baby, but it never will again. Will again. Will again. Will again. Mystery Train, old song that Elvis covered like way back in the 50s when he was still at Sun Studios. Let me refresh this chat real quick. Getting kind of glitchy on my computer here, like probably got a memory leak or some shit. Alrighty. Banjo Boy says mystery train equals mystery beer. Right, yeah, I got a pumpkin spice beer that's got too much spice in it. Blues Rocker says, I bet you'd have to spend $1,000 just to put strings on all your guitars. Well, I don't change them very often, so it ain't that bad. SD says, Rock Lobster caused an injury cluster. Banjo Boy says, Ed is not known for changing strings. I'm kind of better about it than I used to be. Like, used to be like I change them when they broke. Still kind of that way for the resonator back there. Shaq says, basic strings are about $13 at Sweetwater. Still the best place to get them. Ordway says, nice. Appreciate it. I really need to change the strings on the acoustics more often than I do. Like they tend to go dead, and I just keep them, you know. Blues Rocker says shot. Okay. That's what you want there, boy. All right, let's see here. What do we got here? Let's do a shootout between Jameson's Irish Whiskey and London Beefeater Gin. Y'all tell me gin or Irish. Get them votes in. Put your votes in the chat there. Jody says, I like some Oktoberfest beers, but not pumpkin. Lots of spice. Yuck. I like a pumpkin beer with a little bit of spice in it, but this one's got too much. They overdid it a little bit this year. It tastes like a goddamn like pumpkin flavored cupcake or something. We got votes for Irish. 4 votes for Irish. Looking pretty good for Irish. Blues Rocker says Jameson's is tasty choice, people. The one time I made a pumpkin beer, like, I was pretty restrained with the fucking spices. They were kind of subtle in the final product. Looks like it might be Irish, okay. Into the patented Ed Phillips Blues shot glass. Some Jameson's. A pretty tall shot there. Shaq says a Beefeater doesn't sound like it would be drinkable. It's okay. I got a taste for gin. You know, it's the crack of Victorian England. Kent Kearney says, I like the tee. It's not really a t-shirt. I got the sleeves rolled up. Are you talking about the tee I got for sale in the Etsy shop? SD says, I prefer a whiskey for playing. Here we go. Cheers, L'chaim, Salud, Kimpai, Prost, Skull, all that good stuff. Down the hatch. With the Jameson's Irish whiskey. Kent Kearney says, yes, I guess he means the t-shirt in the Etsy shop. Yes, good quality cotton, you know. I did that design myself. I didn't pay somebody to do the art. Blues Rocker says, by the turn of the 19th century, it was the second largest producer in Ireland. Talking about Jameson's. Probably the biggest now. SD says, I get flushed for about 20 minutes off the first sip. Jody says, cheers. Shaq says, I had Bush beer, but it's the same. I can't drink Bush no more. If I drink a piss beer, I'll probably buy a Miller or something like that. Bush get me a damn headache. Started giving me a headache like right around the time Bush was president, actually. SD says, I drank Bush. Busch Gardens was okay, you know, when I went there when I was a kid. Ordway says, can we get a set of Jethro Tull? I'll play some Tull in just a minute, all right. SD says, Pilsners. The best Pilsner is Pilsner Urquell. I think that's how you pronounce it, or Pilsner Urquell or something like that, out of the Czech Republic. That's the original Pilsner, actually. The first Pilsner ever made. Blues Rocker says, the San Francisco World Spirits Competition between 2005 and 2010, the rarest reserve, has won gold and double gold medals. Rarest reserve of what? SD says Natural Light. Oh shit, no, we used to do Natty Ice. You talk about a fucking headache, man. Kent Kearney says Old Milwaukee beer, old style Pabst. I had Old Milwaukee back in the day. What my great uncle used to drink. Ken Gray says Miller Genuine Draft or PBR. I'd probably go for Genuine Draft. My dad liked PBR a lot. Blues Rocker says Jameson's 18-year-old reserve. Oh, okay, damn. Wish I could find a bottle of that and have a pocket full of money. I'd try some. Usually when I got that kind of money, like I buy a scotch, you know. SD says Old English 800. We used to buy that like, you know, when we wanted to pretend to be rappers and shit. You know, because Eazy-E had that song like, Old E in my lap and it's freezing my balls. Blues Rocker says, it would take a pocket full of money. I bet, yeah, to buy like some 18-year-old whiskey, yeah. We used to go to this store called Po Boys. It had a painting of a man on the front holding a jug of moonshine. It was like the shittiest, like, little convenience store you've ever seen in your life. It wasn't a gas station. It was just a store that had like beer and shit. In the shitty pot town, right? And they didn't card people like we were teenagers. We'd go in there and buy a fucking Old English 800 stuff like that, you know, Schlitz and stuff. SD says the choice of Glanny's 40 ounce. Jody says Natty Ice, Uncle Drunk beer at the cabin, strong for piss beer. Yeah, we used to buy natural ice because it was really cheap, and back then, before they had raised the alcohol limit on beer in South Carolina, that was the highest alcohol you could get. It was like 5.9, but I mean the nastiest fucking beer imaginable. Like, it tastes like somebody's gym shorts or something. Shaq says, Skating Away. That's a Jethro Tull song. I don't know that one, but I will play one. Banjo Boy says, now you talk money, can you disclose a good gig? We've been doing some $1,000 gigs lately, actually. Pretty good money. Like for like a, you know, like a local yokel cover band. SD says Mad Dog 2020. No, yeah, I drank Mad Dog one time, and that was the last time I'll ever drink it. I like puked my fucking balls off on that stuff. Kent Kearney says LOL, Big Schlitz, MLB. SD says Glanny's. Blues Rocker says $188 for the 18-year-old reserve. Yeah, I'd buy some scotch if I had that kind of money. Jody says, yep, shitty beer. Talk about, yeah, Natty Ice. That used to be my brand, though. Like, when I first started drinking beer when I was a teenager and stuff. Cheap, had a lot of alcohol. Kind of, you know, get you there quick. SD says, good cooking wine. We drank cooking wine a couple of times. Like, you know, you could buy a cooking wine at the store and not get carded. Shaq says, at Fort Jackson, they gave us weak beer. Oh, are you from South Kakalaki, or were there in the Army, I guess, maybe? Like at Fort Jackson, up near Columbia. Annoying Spore says natural ice. I still get that sometimes. Genesee is best, cheapest, I think. Genesee. Blues Rocker says Mad Dog is Gag Dog. Jody says Mad Dog 2020, drunk teenage years. Right, yeah. I funneled it like the night I drank it. Shaq says Army. Okay, yeah, I know where Fort Jackson is. Little interesting tidbit here. When they were building Fort Jackson, getting ready for World War II and all that shit, my great-great-grandfather was up there, like, doing the construction on it. And it rained and got cold up there. It was during the winter. And he caught fucking pneumonia and died in his 40s, like building Fort Jackson. King Trump says, hey, Ed, how you been? What's up? How you doing, man? He says, good to see you. Well, good to see you too, man. So I believe we got a request for some Jethro Tull, some progressive rock here on the Ed Phillips Blues Show. Let's go ahead and do one. Shit. I guess people will like it. SD says, Mad Dog 2020 for cooking. Cooking wine will lead to kidney failure from the nitrates. Let's see. Mad Dog for cooking? What the fuck are you cooking? Damn. Need a capo here. Some down and dirty Mississippi Ian Anderson here. Really don't mind if you sit this one out. My words but a whisper, your deafness say shout. I may make you feel, but I can't make you think. Your sperm's in the gutter, your love's in the sink. So you ride yourselves over the fields, and you make all your animal deals, and your suntan rapidly peels. They'll be thick as a brick. And the sandcastle virtues are all swept away in the tidal destruction, the moral malaise. The elastic retreat brings the close of play as the last wave uncovers the newfangled way. But your new shoes are worn at the heels, and your suntan it rapidly peels, and your wise men don't know how it feels to be thick as a brick. A bad dream that I just had today. Yeah, 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 yeah. Shake your head, set us to shame. Spin me back down the years and the days of my youth. Draw the lace and black curtains and shut out the whole truth. Spin me down the long ages, let them sing the song. Then it like goes into a bunch of like prog rock craziness after that. Where the hell is my copy of Thick as a Brick? I probably got I got 2 copies of it, but this is a more recent one, like probably from maybe the 2000s. I got an old 70s one down there somewhere with the newspaper still in it. SD says beef with wine sauce, but you're using Mad Dog as the wine though? Mari says $9.99 in a super chat. Thanks for thick as a brick. Well, I appreciate that super chat very much, man. Thank you very much for that. Super chats are the life of the show. If y'all feel like tipping me, just go down to that money sign like down there below the chat there, and I would appreciate that very much. I'm kind of busking here. I don't put ads on these, so you know, any amount helps. Christy says, love this. You do it so well. Appreciate that. SD says, also pretty much considered borderline undrinkable for people with taste. Like, yeah, Mad Dog is, yeah. King says, that was a cool song, man. 8 was digging the arpeggios. Appreciate that, man. Banjo Boy says, why does your band have a flautist? Why doesn't your band have a flautist? Actually, about 10 years ago, my drummer's sister played a few flute tunes with us. Like, she played flute on Stairway to Heaven and that Marshall Tucker song, Can't You See? That lasted about 6 months. I think we did a Locomotive Breath too. Shaq sends $5. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that a lot, sir. Super chats are indeed the life of the show. Shaq says, for me, every version that Edward turns out is better than the one before. Ordway says, Locomotive Breath later. Might play that one later. All right. SD says, Tull likes the beer. King Trump says, bring out the good shit loud. Talking about a song off my album there. I got a couple of albums y'all can check out. What you hear in the background right now is this album right here, my electric album I did late last year, called If the Creek Don't Rise. And got my album from a few years back, Edward Phillips Plays the Country Blues. That's got some good acoustic stuff on there. That's linked below down there in the description. Down in the blowjob bar. Okay, I'm done with that shitty fucking pumpkin beer. Let's try another one. King says, I'm getting the CDs soon when I get a little bit of money. All right, I would appreciate that, man. Thank you very much, man. Damn it. Tripping on my pedal board. Okay, let's do a little vote here. I got this multi-pack of Sam Adams, this variety pack, like fall stuff. What should we open up? We got a Harvest Helles. So that's kind of a light, German type of beers, kind of related to Pilsner. And we got an Oktoberfest, one of my favorite beers of all time, actually, the Sam Adams Oktoberfest. What do y'all think? So we got the Helles or the Oktoberfest. Jody says, why don't you play more songs from your albums? I would prefer to do those with a band. Like, I play a lot of songs from the first album, the acoustic stuff. Like the electric album, I'd prefer like a drummer and a bass player, but I forget my lyrics half the time too. That electric album's like all original stuff, and I forget my own lyrics half the time. King Trump says, are you drinking Pabst Blue Ribbon? Not today, we're doing Sam Adams. Banjo Boy says, can you read the label? King Trump says, let's go for the Oktoberfest. Ordway puts a link to the latest album. Kent Kearney says, Shell's Oktoberfest. Can I read the labels of, talk about the beers? So this smooth Helles lager balances malty flavor with floral hop aroma, perfect for tailgating, hiking, or sitting around the bonfire. Okay, well, 2 out of 3 for me. I'm not going to be tailgating anytime soon, but Gator Guitar says, how do you find people to jam with? It's just people around town, you know, you find them on Facebook or Band Mix, or just meet them through like word of mouth, just knowing people and stuff. SD says, my pops drank Schlitz malt liquor. Banjo Boy says, I'm not a vegetarian. Not me neither. Guess we'll do the Oktoberfest. King Trump says, bring out the good stuff is the ultimate song. This is the title song from the album. Creek don't rise, he says. Well, I appreciate that, man. Jody says, October after the bad one. I like it in bottles. Blues Rocker says, ever drink any Chinese beer? Yeah, I've had a Qingdao before. People over here call it Tsingtao, but it's really pronounced Qingdao in China. Most beers from Asia are actually kind of boring. Like they mostly kind of mimic Heineken. SD says he never drove anywhere without a can of Schlitz between his legs, talking about his grandpa, I think. Or was it, what is it, like his dad? His dad, okay. SD says the bull. That's what my grandpa drank. Yeah, the Schlitz with the blue bull on there. Banjo Boy says, are we going to see your latest bandmates this weekend? Couple of them, yeah. Saturday night, I'm planning on having a drummer that I played in a few bands with, and having my bass player over here, Carol. My drummer wanted to come on here and talk about some groups he played with, like back in the 90s in New York. He said there was a blues scene in New York back in the 90s, apparently. He wants to show me some stuff, like some people he played sessions with. All right, let's pour this thing here. There we go. Pretty nice pour. Perfect. Nice copper color. Very malty beer. Not very hoppy, not very bitter. Tastes like fucking fall. And I swear this Sam Adams Oktoberfest is better than a lot of the German Oktoberfest beers, honestly. I'll be coming home soon. Banjo Boy says, are we going to... Oh, I just read that. SD says, but no, the beer that made me Farney walk us. Shaq says, very ricey. Blues Rocker says, look like you cleaned the place up. Not much. It's still pretty cluttered in here. SD says, skunk beer. Kent Kearney says, yes, improv. The Blues Rocker says, your bass player seems cool. The old Carol. The King says, bass player, the chick. Yeah. She should be here Saturday. Ordway says, cool. What time on Saturday? That'll be probably the same time, 8:30. King Trump says, cheers, man. SD says, release the hops. Banjo Boy says, cool, Edward is going to play electric blues. We'll be doing a little bit, you know. Or maybe like some, you know, brushes on the drums, like some lighter stuff. Blues Rocker says, love the Maker's Mark. That is a good whiskey. Yeah, I got an empty bottle back there. SD says, good head. Right. Well, this beer did have a good head on it, but it dissipated. Yeah, like the Maker's Mark, like a solid fucking whiskey there. I believe it's a bourbon, right? Yeah. That's a special bottle back there. That's like a French oak cask. SD says, jump back. Banjo Boy says, what inspires you to write a song? You know, I have fairies and muses that come to me. No, that's Tori Amos. Sorry. No, I just think of things that happen to me in my life and write about them. You know, pretty simple. King Trump says, tear this bad boy down. The Ordway says, any more Aussie in you, Sabbath, whatever you want. Might play some Sabbath in just a minute. All right. SD says, kiss yourself, Ed. King Trump says, after the sun goes down. Maury says, I quit cigarettes about 15 times before it finally took. Yeah, I quit for years, like a few times, but it took like 15 tries. Jody says, need some Jimmy, please. I smoke too. 68 outside. Crazy. Still summer. Jimmy, I can do some Jimmy in just a minute. All right. Robin says, how about a funny story about a musician you got to know? Let me see. King Trump says, heck yeah, Ed. Kent Kearney says, I quit in jail. That's a way to quit. Right. Blues Rocker says SRV. All right, got a few requests here. Let's smoke this damn thing. We'll play a couple. Shaq says, I might record anything that I can. Right now, my nephew has his drum kit in my living room. You got tinnitus yet? My drum kit right back there. Shaq says, say what? George Ordway says earplugs for sure. Yeah, kids, wear earplugs. I've got like tinnitus out the ass. I hear crickets in my ears like 24 hours a day. You know, playing with a fucking, Marshall half stack and playing with fucking beating and banging drummers and shit. Banjo Boy says, Ed already told us his wildest rock and roll performance. Yeah, funny musician stories. I'm sure I got a bunch, but I don't have one like coming to mind immediately. Most of the really funny stuff like took place, 25 years ago when I was playing punk. We had this fool like do a stage dive one time, and there were like 15 people in the club, and so there was nobody there to catch him. And he was drunk, I guess. Guy's name was Boner, and he hit his head on the fucking flat, hard like whatever that shit was on the floor, like concrete or whatever, and got a big concussion, and they had to call the ambulance to come get him and shit. So yeah, like if you want to do a stage dive, like make sure there are people there to catch you and shit with your drunk ass. Ordway says for him too. King Trump says damn. Banjo Boy says maybe not funny but strange. He was fine, so it was funny. We talked to him later, like goddamn boner, like what the fuck. Never knew his real name either. Just called him Boner. Robin Sinkfield says, punk shows, I know. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm not talking that Sum 41 shit either. I'm talking like, you know, we were like into like, you know, gutter punk, like street punk, like the Casualties and Total Chaos and like shit like that, right? Banjo Boy says, any big concerts since Alice? Yeah, I saw Metallica back in June, like right around my birthday. My sister actually paid for my ticket, like as a birthday present. And that was the biggest concert I've ever seen in my life, like a big football stadium in Atlanta. Blues Rocker says, what is the hardest job that you've worked? Probably building fences. That's the hardest, like, physical job I've done. You know, building privacy fences, like wooden fences. A lot of heavy lifting. King Trump says, bonehead. Kent Kearney says, nice. And King says, Metallica, nice. Oh, yeah. In the nosebleed seats, I had to have, like, fucking Sherpa guides, like, take me to my damn seat. You know, and I'm definitely afraid of heights, and this is like a damn steep-ass stadium. I mean, like, just straight up, like if you tumbled down the steps at this place, like, you'd get hurt bad. About a 80,000 seater, the Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. And let me tell you, thrash metal, like, doesn't go too well with a giant stadium. It just kind of sounded like, Master. So Pantera opened up. They had Zakk Wylde with them. Not a big Pantera guy myself. And Suicidal Tendencies was there too. Don't know much about them either. Blues Rocker says, treated wood is heavy as hell. Yeah, you talk about like carrying them big fucking fence posts and 80-pound bags of concrete, like when you're building those fences. Yeah. Probably why I got a bad back. SD says, need a good stiff straight left kick. George Ordway says, I lost a friend at a concert. After it ended, I went backstage calling out his name. Dude, I think the cops took him off. Oh, shit. Yeah, my dad got stranded at a Ted Nugent concert in Dallas one time when he was like a teenager in the 70s. Kent Kearney says, who cares? You saw everything. Banjo Boy says, so now you learned about football. Yeah, I was in a football stadium. Let's play a little bit of, see, I had a request for Hendrix and I had one for SRV. Let's play a couple here. Let's do some electric stuff. Kent Kearney, SD says, Nina Hagen. Let's see, Kent Kearney says, for your information, floor between soundboard and band never fails. But don't be picky. Lots of money. Right. King Trump says, bring out the good stuff. Shaq says, still have to do the math. There's a high turnover rate. Okay. Well, that's not going to work for Hendrix. You know you're sweet little heartbreaker, Foxy. And you know you're sweet little love maker, Foxy. Gonna take you home. I won't do you no harm, no. Got to be all mine, Foxy lady. I see you down on the scene, yeah. Ooh, Foxy. You make me wanna get up in a scream. Oh, Foxy. Made up my mind. Tired of wasting all my precious time, yeah. Got to be all mine, Foxy lady. Take you home, no. I won't do you no harm, no. Got to be all mine, Here I come, baby. I'm coming to fuck you, Foxy lady, yeah. Hey, you look so good. Foxy. Yeah. Do some SRV here. Get this tone right. Once was a sweet thing, baby. Held that love in a hand. Now I see you out somewhere. Won't give me the time of day. That's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a drag. That's a cold shot now. Don't let our love go bad. Remember the way that you look me. Do anything I say. Now I reach, kiss your lips. Don't forget the time of day. Oh, that's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a drag. It's a cold shot now. Don't let our love go bad. I really meant I was sorry for ever causing you pain. Shows your appreciation by walking out anyway. But that's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a drag. That's a cold shot now. Don't let our love go bad. Too bad. So sad. There's a little bit of Billy Ray Vaughan right there, or whatever the fuck his name was. I'm fucking with y'all. Yeah, last week, last Wednesday, that was the anniversary of Stevie Ray Vaughan's death, actually. 35th anniversary, I believe. He died in 1990. SD says, aren't you married, Ed? Yep, I be's married. Kent Kearney says, rip Stevie, never forgotten. Banjo Boy says, all right, great choice from the jukebox. SD says ice cold. Shaq says I'm willing to bet that he can do it better than SRV. We know it. Shit, no, I can't outplay that motherfucker. SD says you got to make it sing. Ed might be a better singer. Depends on what night it is. Jody says, oh yeah, you're awesome. Appreciate that. King says, yo, Ed. Banjo Boy says, how do we clap and go woo? What, they got like a clappy hand emoji and stuff. SD says, SRV, more of a shouter. King Trump says, the good stuff, and I'm going to fire right up and go. He says, bring out the good stuff, Lord, got to make it flow. And that's the one that's playing right now off my album I put out last year. Blues Rocker says, Ed has to keep his wife locked in the shed because he has to make room for his guitars. Oh, she bitches about it sometimes, like, yeah, you got too many guitars. Too much stuff in the house. King Trump says, this song has a lot of swing. And I'm surprised I did the drums that good on there. I'm a pretty shitty drummer. But yeah, I did them damn swinging drums, you know. Kind of did like a rockabilly feel to it. King Trump says, good percussion. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, I've never been a great drummer, but I can hold a beat down. Ordway says, got your wah-wah tonight? Yeah, I got it down there. King Trump says, pretty darn good, I'll tell you what. Kent Kearney says, this whole chat and subs that can't be here should have a camping weekend of hootenanny for a couple of days jams. Yeah, I wish I could do a meetup somewhere, but you know, like pretty much everybody on here like lives a goddamn, you know, like way off from me. I'm down here in South Carolina. Got people from Canada and Maine and Michigan and all them type of places. Banjo Boy says, hey, when is your Peach Festival? I'm going to the market this weekend. The Peach Festival, that was back in June. Yeah, I played at it. The Trenton Peach Festival in South Carolina. Blues Rocker says, ever listen to Robin Trower? Yeah, I got a Robin Trower record down there somewhere from Earth Below. George Ordway says, Dealer's Choice, Wah Wah. I might do a wah wah tune in just a minute. Kent Kearney says, so fucking what? I guess he's talking about the Anti-Nowhere League, the old punk band. King Trump says, Georgia Peaches. Nah. Carolina Peaches beats better. The Edgefield, South Carolina Peaches. The Georgia Peaches are fucking hard and shit. Banjo Boy says, no bullshit, we like corn and our fruit is later. Southern Comfort says, GVW in the house. Good to see you, brother. What's up, man? How you doing? Vaucluse represent. SD says, Yngwie was kind of a bore. The best song was a cover of Crosstown Traffic. Oh, you saw Yngwie do some Hendrix? That'd be interesting to hear. Blues Rocker says, did you like the Alice in Chains Unplugged? Well, the fucking Nirvana Unplugged is one of my favorite records ever. I've seen like clips of the Alice in Chains Unplugged, but I wasn't a big Alice in Chains guy even back in the day. I was more of a fucking Nirvana guy. King says Carolina peaches are sweet. Yeah, we got good peaches here, like right up the road from me. Shaq says there's no such thing as a Wawa song. SD says could tell him from the keys. He can't sing at all though, I guess. They're talking about the old Alice in Chains guy, Layne Staley. Or are you talking? No, you talking about Yngwie. Yeah, Yngwie Malmsteen. Blues Rocker says like Blind Melon. I can't remember what Blind Melon's hit was. Banjo Boy says, hey, Robin Trower fan. I had all his albums and cleared out the basement when his father, when my father died. Yeah, I got From Earth Below like down there. That was a good record. Bridge of Sighs was a pretty good record. King Trump says, hey, Ed, have you ever heard of Steel Panther? I've heard the name. Don't really know much about him. Kent Kearney says, George Harrison, All Things Must Pass. Wawa. Yeah, he had a song called Wawa on that record. Right. SD says, I liked all the heroin bands. I was into Nirvana, liked Pearl Jam a little bit. I was young during the grunge days, but I did get into it. I did enjoy Kurt Cobain when he was still alive. He died when I was about 10, probably. Yeah, no, 11, 10 or 11. King Trump says, what about Wheeler Walker Jr.? I don't know much about him. He says, have you heard of him? He's the best. I have to look him up. SD says 3-syllable bands, LOL. King Trump says, you should check him out. You'll love it. I'll try to look that up. All right. George Ordway says, Alice in Chains Unplugged meant a lot more to me after the passing. Stink. Southern Comfort says, I'm Generation X, LOL, the grunge generation. See, I'm kind of on the older end of the millennials. Not proud of it. And I did get like a lot of the Gen X stuff. I started watching MTV when Kurt Cobain was still alive. That's when I got into Nirvana, like when he was still alive. And I remember Kurt Loder announcing his death on MTV News one day. And yeah, that was a hell of a day. I'll tell you, it's kind of like where were you when John Kennedy got shot, right? But if you ask me, like, you call me a fucking conspiracy theorist or something, I think John Kennedy got killed in 1963 and was replaced by fucking old Lyndon Johnson. Banjo Boy says, who was that mean guy on stage, Jane's Addiction? I don't know his name. I know who you're talking about. Southern Comfort says, he is triple X like David Allan Coe, Wheeler Walker. Okay, like one of those like dirty country singers. Like, I can make Linda Lovelace gag. Like old David Allan Coe. Blues Rocker says, ever see the movie Bleach? It's a controversial movie about foul play on the Kurt Cobain's death being murdered. Yeah, I've seen that. He killed himself, man. He was fucked up on heroin and shot himself. You know, the old Il Duce from the Mentors, like, claimed he killed him and shit. Like, he was just being full of shit. Banjo Boy says, Kurt joined the 28 club, the 27 club, actually. Kent Kearney says, Day of the Eagle, Robin Trower canceled PBR Milwaukee gig, COVID. Had great seats. Motherfuckers. Never got to see Robin myself. I wish I could. SD says, Kurt gave Hole a run for its money. Never got a crossover. Yeah, he was fucking the girl from Hole. Courtney Love. King Trump says, hey, Ed, I thought you quit cigarettes. Yeah, that was a failure. Yeah, it lasted about 5 days. I'm going to try again next week. Jody says his Unplugged album's the best. Yeah, talking about old Kurt. Yeah, that was a good record. The MTV Unplugged Nirvana record. Kent Kearney says Perry. SD says 420 somewhere. Smoke 'em if you got 'em, I guess. King Trump says, yeah, Wheeler Walker Jr. is a dirty country singer, similar to David Allan Coe. I have to check that out. Always like David Allan Coe's stuff, you know. He's a bit, he can get a bit spicy at times, if you know what I mean, like on the political spectrum. But like, you know, he says some very spicy words in some songs. Some of his dirty stuff. Ordway says, my cousin was a teen when Kurt passed. First time he ever called, and I was home. Banjo Boy says 27. The Blues Rocker says, I quit smoking, drinking, and sex. It was the worst 10 minutes of my life. Southern Comfort says, love Coe. You wouldn't believe some of the stuff he wrote, too. He wrote Tennessee Whiskey. Shame on him for that. You know, wrote, you know, Jack Daniels, if you please. That was a good song. SD says, I smoke Gambler Rollies. Never seen those. Ordway says, LOL Blues. Banjo Boy says, Edward could make a great record, half acoustic, half electric, great voice. Might try that. Working on one right now, actually. The Blues Rocker says, David Allan Coe, Don't Bite the Dick. That song is so funny. Shaq says, I thought I'd quit cigarettes up until now. Kent Kearney says, WW and me. You know, David Allan Coe, man, he kind of ran with bikers, I believe. Like they kind of protected him and stuff. He he had some lyrics that were let's call them politically correct in politically incorrect in a couple of songs. I mean like extremely politically incorrect. Like some of the deep cuts, you know. Very, very spicy. If you know what I mean. Like, Ordway says, anything Led Zeppelin in you? Let's see. Led Zeppelin lyrics, like I can't sing half of Robert Plant shit, really. Southern Comfort sends me a $5 super chat. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you very much for that. Super chats are the life of the show. If y'all want to help me out, you know, send me a tip. I'm basically busking here. I don't put ads on these, so yeah, that $sign at the bottom of the chat there, I would appreciate those a lot. The Blues Rocker says, I'm about to cry in my beer because I'm out of weed. Uh-oh. Just keep drinking that beer, I guess. King Trump says, LOL. Kent Kearney says, had balls. He did. Old David Allan Coe. Banjo Boy says, do you play any Beatles here on the jukebox? I've done a few Beatles songs before. I played Blackbird a few times. Might do that in a minute. Shaq says, because of the greasy... ST says, I played a C minor 7 and a guy accused me of playing zip chords. Blues Rocker says, levee breaks. I played that one earlier, actually. SD says, tried to show me some Steve Stevens. SD says, I got weed but no beer. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside real quick, take a little, you know, little tinkly winkly, I guess. Take care of some man business. so broke I'll be begging for scraps. I come home. Now she's burning mad. Yeah. I'm sleeping in the doghouse. Now she give me the business. Drove around in my V8 Ford work like it. SD says, having a piss then. Banjo Boy says, go take a pumpkin spice. We don't mind. SD says, hey, Southern Comfort says, time off for bad behavior. David Allen Coe. Love that song. Miles Ahead says, well, now, howdy, good people of the juke joint. Let's fire up that boogie machine. Alrighty then. SD says, so now I play in C sharp. George Ordway says, man break. When a man has to take his member out to relieve himself. Yeah. And let me tell y'all, that ground is fucking cold right now. Let me think here. I ain't done no Robert Johnson tonight. Let's do some Robert Johnson. Been doing a lot of electric stuff. Let's hit the acoustic for 1 minute here. Southern Comfort says, my brother is in liver failure. I know this is not church. Can you send me some good vibes? All right. Banjo Boy says, do you like Aqualung style music? Yeah, I love some Jethro Tull. Blues Rocker says, me and the devil. Sending good vibes to Southern Comfort. Hope your brother, turns out okay and stuff. My mother actually had that for a while, and she did pretty good with it. She's still alive after almost 15 years. So sending good vibes to Mr. Southern Comfort. Let's see here. Here's hoping Southern Comfort's brother gets better, makes a full recovery. Let's do some Robert Johnson here. Fucking get disentangled from this fucking guitar cable. Early this morning, when you knocked upon my door, early this morning, when you knocked upon my door, I said, hello, Satan, I believe it's time to go. Me and the devil was walking side by side. Me and the devil was walking side by side. And I'm gonna be my woman, and I get satisfied. She said she don't see why you would dog me around. She said she don't see why you would dog me around. Must be that old evil spirit so deep down in the ground. You may bury my body down by the highway side. You may bury my body down by the highway side. So my old evil spirit can catch a greyhound bus and ride. Whoop. There went the lights. Robert Johnson right there, Me and the Devil Blues. Good old Delta stuff. The grandfather of rock and roll, they call him nowadays. And Shaq sends me $2 in a super chat. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that a lot. Super chats are indeed the life of the show. Any amount helps. Kent Kearney says, pissing in the wind, Jerry Jeff Walker. Shaq says, if Ed does a song right now, I bet $2. It'll be better than any previous versions. I'll bet everyone here $1. Kent Kearney says, Shaq sends him a beer. Southern Comfort says, awesome, thank you. Miles Ahead says, mercy, the spirit of the Delta just walked into the room. I appreciate that, man. Shaq says, here's my $2 because he already had close to the high bar by the second verse. Blues Rocker says, love those Robert Johnson covers. I try to do them accurately as I can, you know. Working on Up Jump the Devil, like might do a video on that one. Here, we're sugar right now. Wish it would cool off a little bit, like so I don't have to run this fucking air conditioner. I mean, it's been like in the 80s around here, which is pretty cool for this time of year in the South. But you know, it's kind of hot in this building because I insulated it. This place is fucking nice in the winter. Drinking this Sam Adams Oktoberfest. Nice malty, you know, German style, Southern Germany type of beer. Is my chat froze up? Oh, no, okay. SD says, my mother and brother had agreed on Chris Christopherson. Well, Chris Christopherson was a very good songwriter. He landed his helicopter in Johnny Cash's yard, impromptu, like you know, like unannounced, and was like, "Hey man, you need to listen to my shit." Blues Rocker says, "Heard a great upbeat cover of Up Jump the Devil. Any idea?" Somebody doing a cover of it. I'm not sure who did a good cover of it. Miles Ahead says, careful Ed, playing that Johnson might summon some midnight mojo. Banjo Boy says, have you ever contradicted anyone because you know the facts and his history? Oh, all the time, yeah. Most people have a very cartoon version of history. I mean, you know, you have to explain to people sometimes, like George Washington did not chop down the fucking cherry tree, you know, all that kind of stuff. Banjo Boy says, have you ever, I just read that. Southern Comfort says, please play the beginning of the Allman Brothers Midnight Rider. Love that riff. Let's see, can't sing it, it's too high. I don't know the clothes I'm wearing. I saw them one time. I was about 12 or 13 years old. I saw them in Augusta. But my best friend's parents took me to see them. They were hippies, like old hippies, you know, and they took us to see them. I had just seen AC/DC about a month before that, I think, and so I was not impressed because I had just seen fucking AC/DC. But the show was kind of cool. You know, they had like one of those liquid light displays, like you know, the old 1960s. Blob, you know, where they, you know, have the blob of colors and stuff. That was pretty cool. They all looked drunk. Blues Rocker says, ever heard the slide version of Midnight Rider? I don't think so. I tell you what, Greg Allman did a solo version of that, and I kind of like that one better. Kind of more slow and eerie sounding. Southern Comfort says, for the acid takers, right? I used to know how to do those liquid light shows. I actually bought an old projector, you know, like the projector they used in class when you went to school back in the day. What they would do is they would take water-based food color and oil-based food color, and they wouldn't mix. They'd put it on a clock glass, like a curved clock face. They'd take another clock glass and put it on top of there, and just kind of go wow, 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 right, and project it onto the wall, onto a screen. I had the stuff to do that with until I broke my fucking clock glass. Banjo Boy says, that's a George W. didn't chop down the cherry tree. Right? Taylor Langley says, can you do Scuttlebutt? And might do that in a minute. All right. Southern Comfort says, yes. SD says, it's totally a slide song. Southern Comfort says, used to go to them all the time. Jody says, that's a great song, and I guess in my younger years, an acid taker. Blues Rocker says, I think that Greg Allman's version has the slide on it. Kent Kearney says kaleidoscopes were trippy too. I had a kaleidoscope when I was a kid. SD says related to yodeling. Ordway says born to be wild. Let me see. I don't know the fucking words, but damn, what happened to my volume? get your motor running. Heavy metal thunder. Got words. Smoke this cigarette here. Miles Ahead says, Ed, stir that pot with some John Lee walking, Jimmy Reed talking, and lightning sparking. Here's some John Lee Hooker. And we'll do a little Scuttle Button too by Stevie Ray Vaughan. Somebody requested that earlier. Where's that pick at? Fuck. There's some SRV right there. You know, a very mistake-riddled version of it. Let's do some John Lee Hooker. Fucking chair ain't moving too good. I lost a wheel. I love the way you walk. 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 You my baby, got my eyes on you. I love the way you talk. I love the way you talk. That baby talk, baby talk. You my baby, got my eyes on you. I see you every day. I see you every day. Your neighborhood, in your neighborhood. You my babe, I got my eyes on you. Got dimples in your jaw. 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 You my babe, I got my eyes on you. Got dimples in your jaw. 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 You my baby, got my eyes on you. A hissy amp. Probably because of the fucking pedal board, like all them pedals hooked up. And I'm wondering where you've been gone. Taylor says, fuck yeah. Shaq says, there's no way that I could say that SRV could have played it better than that. No, he played it way better than that. I fucked it all up. SD says it sounded like a Skinner song. Christy says, damn or fuck. Banjo Boy says, BB, Abby, baby. Christy says, this is what's great about falling asleep and then waking up with you jamming your ass off in my ear. I appreciate that. SD says, guitar is a rhythm instrument. Yeah, I mean, can be. Miles Ahead says, cheap sunnies on. Let's ride that groove. Talk about cheap sunglasses. I used to play that in a band, but I didn't sing it. I don't know the words. Had the bass player singing that one. Southern Comfort says, dude, you got to check out Brushy One String, Chicken in the Corn, official video, plays just one string guitar, but the dude is really awesome. Have to look him up. I think I might have seen him like somewhere, like, yeah, the guy playing a diddly bow and shit. Banjo Boy says, what happened to your wheel? Did you run into the Roomba? Just old ass chair, cheap chair from Walmart, like the wheels come off of it. Fred Walker says, caught me out playing in F sharp. Love jamming along with you. Southern Comfort says, he is awesome. Get it? Tangled up in hair here. Need another beer here. This here's the last one from the Sam Adams variety pack that I haven't tried yet. It's a Helles, so it's going to be like a light, you know, kind of pale beer. Let's take a look at it. Kind of similar to a Pilsner, like a German version of a Pilsner. There we go. There we go. Perfect pour. You know, just pale fucking Pilsner style of beer. German style Helles. That's pretty nice. Like some nice hops in it. Kind of floral, you know, kind of hops. SD says, I'm commenting on both songs. Skinner plays like the first song. The second one had some sweet chord breaks. Banjo Boy says F sharp. Ordway says, okay, Tush in you. Anything ZZ Top? I could probably do Tush. The Blues Rocker says, drinking tonight. Christy. SD says, they were the neighborhood band for a while. Banjo Boy says, Harvest Hills. What's the label? Are you talking about this beer here? Harvest Helles? That's Sam Adams. Tush is like a little high for me on the vocals, but I still sing it a lot.
Take me back, way back home, not by myself, not alone, yeah. Ain't you asking for much? I said, Lord, take me downtown, I'm just looking for some touch.
sometimes when I'm playing that live with the band, like I'll throw some Freddie King in there. Christy says, you drove the wheels till the wheels fell off. Yeah, talking about this chair here. Yeah, the wheels coming off my chair. Banjo Boy says, okay, Sam Adams, my bad. Kent Kearney says, beer drinkers and hellraisers. That's a ZZ Top song. Don't know that one, unfortunately. Christy says, cheers. Blues Rocker says, a Tush was a Dusty Hill tune on the vocals. Yeah, he sang high. Yeah. Ordway says, sweet as just right everything. Blues Rocker says, didn't play Tush with a slide, but still sounded great. Appreciate it. Christy says, oh, shit. Jay Hines says, good evening, Ed, and everyone. Been listening while unpacking after work. Cracked a Pacifico beer. Don't think I've tried a Pacifico. Don't know if they got them around here. SD says, my toes are tapping. Southern Comfort says, Sundown by Gordon Lightfoot, great song. Have to check that one out. Blues Rocker says, seen ZZ Top live in around 2006. SD says, my feet are twitching. George Ordway says, wake up, you're not dreaming. Jody says, okay, so on my favorite movie soundtrack, Dazed and Confused as a teen. Yeah, it was a pothead then. Yeah, talking about Led Zeppelin, Dazed and Confused. Yeah, can't sing that one worth a fuck. Like, know a little bit of the riff to it. Dazed and confused, baby, ever since I met you. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside and take a little, take a little tinkly winkly, do some man business. Be right back. And Jody says, no, Tush. Okay, Tush was on the Dazed and Confused soundtrack. Oh, okay. Okay. SD says, I'm not drunk, but too drunk to drive. Ordway says AC/DC in you, might do some later. All right. Christy says, damn. Miles Ahead says, got me tapping on my foot and thinking about wearing out the floorboards. SD says, very mellow here. Had a new one I was going to play, but I was waiting on fucking Ron Swanson to come back in because he's such a big Blind Boy Fuller fan. Had a new Blind Boy Fuller song lined up. Might as well go ahead and play it. Shit. You're gonna need lyrics. I think I dropped them here. Okay, yeah. Oh, there he is. He just showed back up. Southern Comfort says, any Mark Knopfler? Ah, shit. I haven't studied his stuff intently enough. Like, kind of wish I knew how to do fucking that riff to Money for Nothing. I used to know it, actually. Ron says, do a shot with me. All right, yeah, we'll do a shot. Let's see here. We got the Wild Turkey, and we got the Red Label Johnny Walker Scotch. Let's vote on these. All right, Wild Turkey Kentucky Bourbon, $22 a bottle. Should come with bail money. And we got the Red Label Johnny Walker. Haven't drank Wild Turkey in 25 fucking years. Just bought a bottle today. Y'all tell me, bourbon or Scotch? He says, back finally. Yeah, we were just talking about you. I was like, I'm waiting on him to come back. I got a new Blind Boy Fuller song. He sends me a Canadian $6.99. He says, have a shot. Thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, man. SD says, bless you. Christy. Ron says, Scotch. See, Catherine Johnson says, Scotch. Christy says, hey, beautiful. Southern Comfort says, Sultans of Swing. I think I might know a little bit of that one. Get them votes in there. We got 1 vote for Wild Turkey, so 2 votes for Scotch and 1 vote for Wild Turkey. See if I can do it. It's in B, right? Yeah, let's see. Something like that. Or is it like D? Yeah. Don't know what key it's in. I can't remember. Jody says Wild Turkey. Ron says helping my community tonight. He says D's the way I play it. Okay. Might have been in D. That sounded like a little low what I was doing. He says I used to play that in a band when I was 18. Kent Kearney says blend with All Along the Watchtower. SD says Fern Bar chords. Ron says, D is the way I play it. He says, love me some Mark Knopfler. Ordway says Turkey. So let's see. What's the votes here? 2 votes for Scotch and 2 votes for Wild Turkey. So we're tied here. Miles Ahead says, Lord have mercy. Either I'll do Long as the Blues Keeps Pouring. Christy says, thank you for the service. Then Ron and your super chat. All right, somebody got to break this tie here. Wild Turkey or Scotch? Catherine Johnson says 1 of each. Southern Comfort says Wild Turkey. Okay, Wild Turkey. Trying to kill me here. This fucking Wild Turkey. I don't know why I bought this stuff, except that it's been mentioned in the chat so many times. Here we go. Out of the patented Ed Phillips shot glass. Alrighty. This here's not 101 either. It's like just regular, what, 40... Yeah, 40%, 80 proof, basically. Blues Rocker says, rate the shots. Okay. Well, here we go. L'chaim, Kim Pie, cheers, salute, slancha, all that good stuff right down the hatch. I rate that about a 3. Ron says, cheers. SD says, a Knopfler is popular with finger pickers for sure. He could finger pick, you know, and he ran with Chet Atkins and shit, did some shows with him. Kent Kearney says, salute. Christy says, Jody says, nice. Christy, he should sing that song. Okay. Can't guarantee you I'll get the lyrics to this right. They're kind of fucked up. Like there's a lot of them. So you know, some Piedmont blues, ragtime style stuff from North Carolina by good old Blind Boy Fuller. We played a couple of his earlier. Miles Ahead says, cheers, brother. This round's on the blues. Where's my thumb pick? Be nice to have an in-tune guitar. It's way down here somewhere. Let me see. Yeah.
Said I'm going uptown, head in my hand, looking for the woman, ain't got no man. Just as well be looking for a needle in the sand, looking for a woman, ain't got no man. I said rag, mama rag. I said rag, mama rag. Rag, mama rag, baby. I said rag, mama rag. Said I wouldn't thought my gal would treat me so. Loved another man, stayed in my back door. Mind, mama, what you sow, you're gonna reap just what you sow. I said rag, mama rag, baby. I said rag, mama rag. Rag, mama rag, baby. I said rag, mama rag. Get one woman, better get two. One for you, but the other for you. Got me a wife, she's a sweetheart too. Why don't love me, my sweetheart do? And said rag, mama rag. I said rag, mama rag. Said rag, mama rag, baby. I said rag, do that rag. This party does like some scat singing, and I can't do that kind of shit. Rag, mama rag, baby, I said rag, do that rag. Rag, mama rag, baby, I said rag, mama rag. Good first try at a Blind Boy Fuller song from probably back in the 30s or 40s. He came out of Durham, North Carolina, Piedmont blues player, basically ragtime stuff. That's what that East Coast stuff sounded like, you know, kind of like ragtime, the Carolina blues, the stuff from Alabama and Georgia and Virginia. Chrissy says, I was sleeping after walking a mile to my Walmart, shopping from 10 to 6, then cooking supper. Ron says, I have some 60% Mountain Dew and some Irish whiskey. Oh, shit. And SD says, can't drink it every day. Blues Rocker says, gots to go for the night. Love visiting with y'all. You have a good one, Blues Rockers. Ron Swanson says, that was the shit, man. Appreciate that. That was a good first shot at it. Playing it live. Jay Hines says, how's it going, Ron or Nordway? Kent Kearney says, never say you can't. You haven't learned yet. Yeah, it's got some scatting in there. You know, that right? That fucking jazz singing. Where's that? Hang on. I'll show y'all. That kind of shit. If you don't recognize that, you didn't experience the 1990s properly. Christy says, too much to read, Ed. Skip me over. Wait, where's your comment at? Ordway says, a history in the versions. That's awesome. Jay Hines says, really nice playing on that Fuller tune. Appreciate that. Ron says, my Edward Phillips shot glass is real thirsty. Yeah, get you one, man. Catherine Johnson says, Edward, you were living, breathing Yazoo record catalog. I used to get in the U.S. mail. Thanks for the BBF rag. So fine. I appreciate that very much. I'm glad to know there's some people out there who know who the fuck Blind Boy Fuller is. Right? Ron says, the Scat Man. Okay, he knows it. He knows it. Ron says, that guy was cool as hell. Great jazz guy. Southern Comfort says, Guitar Slim, the things that I used to do, sums up my life. SD says, I could walk, but it's dark and there's cactus and feral dogs. Living out west, I guess. SD says, not that bothers me much. Ron says, get the Edward Phillips merch. Yeah, got the patented shot glass there. He leaves a link to it. My Etsy shop. Got a t-shirt, all that good stuff. Christy says, scat raggedy rag. Kent Kearney says, Cab Calloway. Howdy, 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 hi. SD says, it's only Wednesday for Christ's sake. Christy says, new for Ron. Jay Hines says, Ed, who was the scat singing? You said something about the 1990s. I know that George Benson did a lot of it in the 70s and 80s. That was a song called The Scat Man, actually. A guy named Scatman John. He was like a jazz pianist, and he did the scat thing, and like it was a hit song back then. Then they got him to like do a fucking like an electronic dance tune somehow, and it became like a big pop hit. It's so cool. Let's play that one more time. Shit. guy stuttered when he talked too. He had like a bad stutter. But when he sang, he didn't stutter, and that's what the song's about, actually. Ordway says, Crossroad history lessons, please. Might play Crossroads in just a bit. Ron says, I love Blind Boy Fuller because he almost carried on Blind Blake's style. Yeah, most of those Piedmont guys were influenced by old Blind Blake. He was kind of the the Jimi Hendrix of that fucking era. Chrissy says, SD high, where's Cactus? Kent Kearney says, Scatman Crothers. Okay, if you don't know who Scatman Crothers is, that was the black guy in The Shining. Yeah, he played some old jazz stuff. Jay Hines says, Ed, Scatman John. Oh, really? I'll check it out. Have you heard of Scatman Crothers? Check him out. Yeah, I know him. He was on Sanford and Son, too, like one time. Ron says, the Scatman took it to a whole new level. Christy says, I knew you were an aficionado. Yeah, like, if you don't know that, like, you did not experience the 90s properly. Right here. I'm a scat man. Chrissy says, I read that. Ron says, hey, Ed, play the lyric for that one. Yeah, right. Kent Kearney says, everyone was blind. SD says, in the dark, waiting to jump on unsuspecting passerby. Christy, too. George Ordway says, dang it, David Lee Roth. Jay Hines says, haha, I was just going to comment about him Scatman being in Sanford and Son and The Shining. Yeah, old Scatman Crothers, yeah. Jay Hines says, if I remember right, they called him Bowlegs on Sanford and Son. Might have. Kent Kearney says, Hong Kong Phooey Chop, #1 super guy. Oh, he did the voice of Hong Kong Phooey, too? Kent Kearney, I just read that. Also, if you don't know that fucking little piece there, you probably didn't watch Beavis and Butthead a lot back in the day. That was famously on an episode of Beavis and Butthead. That video. Ron says, George was asking about Crossroads. You should tell the story of where and who Robert Johnson went to see before he went to see at that time when the legend was born. So when Robert Johnson left home and went somewhere, he actually went to study with a guy named Ike Zimmerman. The guy was never recorded, like he was a blues singer, and he studied under this Ike Zimmerman guy and learned to play guitar. Came back and could play. Before that, like Robert, apparently wasn't very good, and they used to bitch at him when he'd show up at the juke joints and try to play with him and stuff. And ran off, went somewhere out of town and met this Ike Zimmerman guy and studied under him and came back and played pretty good. So apparently Ike Zimmerman is the devil, but now the guy actually existed. He just never made a record though. We don't know what the guy sounded like. Kent Kearney says, Turkle, One Flew Over. Banjo Boy says, everyone was kung fu fighting. Great song. Christy says, not much else for blind guys to do back then. Yeah. Especially in the Piedmont area. You get a lot of blind guys, blind this and blind that. The blind people back then, they didn't have no social security until FDR. And so, if you wanted to make money and you were blind, you could get into music, right? Ron says, Ike Zimmerman, laughing my ass off. SD says, babies who walk too soon get bow-legged. Also cowboys. Ron says, I have a cousin who is blind. It heightens their musical talent. Yeah, like you fucking lose one sense, like you get stronger in others, like hearing and things like that. And Ron says, he's a servant when it comes to music. A savant, I guess he means. Yeah, like a lot of those blind guys were Piedmont players. Blind Boy Fuller, Blind Blake, Blind Willie McTell, Blind Gary Davis, like all them blind guys. They did play like Piedmont style blues from this part of the country. Pretty intricate finger picking too, like ragtime type stuff. Kent Kearney says Ray fucking Charles. Yo, yeah, he was blind. Stevie Wonder might be blind. I saw him like catch a fallen mic stand one time at a concert. Like a YouTube video. SD says, I know a blind piano tuner. Damn, that's pretty cool. Shit. Jay Hines says, speaking of blind savants, can you pull up Rory Hoffman? He grew up about 100 miles from me. You guys heard of him? I don't think I know who he is. I'd have to look him up one of these days. Can't play too many videos on here like fucking YouTube, like burn my ass. Like music videos, that is. SD says, I'm just short-sighted. I can still see pretty good to be middle-aged. I don't need glasses. And Banjo Boy says, Gary Davis had an interesting story. He said they poured shit in his eyes. Really? Damn, I never knew that. Shit. Jay Hines says, Ed, and I understand about the YouTube videos and strikes. Oh, yeah. They burn my ass every time. They'll ban it, like in certain countries. Like sometimes they'll ban it like altogether. Kind of weird, like people can show like just regular old YouTube videos of people just doing shit, and they can like critique those, but once music is involved, like, you're fucked, right? Ordway says, spring break, I went to visit my dad and installed a theater for the deaf mission. The deaf left crying. My subwoofers, they could onto. Damn. SD says, I can see in the dark though, and I remember where the cactus is. Like in the dark, you got to kind of look out the corner of your eye. Like your corner sees light better in the dark. Corner of your fucking eye. My dad told me that when I was a kid, like we were walking through the woods at night, and he's like, look out the corner of your eye. I was like, you're full of shit. And then when I grew up and I took an astronomy class, the astronomer guy said, when you're looking through the telescope, look out the corner of your eye. You can see the fucking planet or whatever better. I was like, really? Fuck. Like my dad wasn't lying. SD says, I can hear the dogs. Christy says, SD, Texas or New Mexico? And he says, New Mexico. Yeah, never been out west myself. Kent Kearney says, Ordway, Jay Hines says, your dad was a smart man. Ron says, that's crazy. I didn't know that. And yeah, my old man used to, coon hunt and all that kind of shit and go out in the woods at night. Ron says, not sure what songs you played tonight. I played a bunch. He says, not sure what to request. Well, just name one and I'll see if I played it. Christy says, that's excellent, George. Ron says, I'll pass on that one to my kid's Ed. I'll pass that one on to my kid's Ed. Christy says, I'm just short. Short people got no reason. Might play a rando here. Let me think here. Christy says, whatever you request, it's going to be funky. Ken Kearney says, you brought them music. But Ordway said a locomotive breath earlier, like way earlier. I might play that, you know. Shuffling madness, or the locomotive breath, runs the all-time loser headlong to his death. Well, he feels the piston scraping, steam breaking on his brow. When old Carly stole the handle, and the train, it won't stop going, no way to slow down. Children jumping off at stations one by one. There's a woman and his best friend in bed and having fun. Well, he's crawling down the corridor on his hands and knees. That old Charlie stole the handle, and the train, it won't stop going, no, it just slowed down. No. Silence howling where he catches angels as they fall. And the all-time winner has got him by the ball. Well, he picks up Gideon's Bible, open at page 1. And thank God he stole the handle, and the train, it won't stop going, no, it just slowed down. No way to slow down. Ron sends me Canadian $6.99. He says, boom, boom, please. All right, I'll do that. Thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate that, man. Let's do the blues. Boom, 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 boom. Gonna shoot you right down, right off of your feet. Take you home with me. Put you in my house, drive you in my car. I love to hear you talk, that baby talk. Mm-hmm. 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 How, hey, hey. I'm gonna shoot you right down, right off of your feet. Take you home with me. Put you in my house, drive you in my car. I love to see you switch and walk that walk, talk that talk, that baby talk. How, hey, hey. Some John Lee sex worker right there. We got to keep it PC here on YouTube. Ron says, fuck yeah, deadly. Thanks, Ed. Appreciate that. Christy says, Texas, of course. She's from Texas. Ron says, spelunking. Christy says, woos. SD says, too far to walk tonight, I bet. Jody says, that's great. Appreciate that. The Nature Project says, that was killer, man. Any sun house in the house tonight? I can do some sun house for you. All right. Did one earlier.
I'll do some damn Death Letter. SD says, of course. Christy says, we're in New Mexico. Let's see here. Let's do some Sun House. Retune this thing here. Slide. All right. I got a letter this morning. How do you ring the rain? Hurry, baby, to the gal you love is dead. When I grabbed up my suitcase and I took out down the road, by the time I got there, she was laying on the cooling board. Well, grabbed up my suitcase and I took out down the road. By the time I got there, baby, she was laying on the cooling board. Well, 10,000 people standing around the barren ground. I didn't know I loved her, they began to let her down. Looked like 10,000 people was standing around the barren ground. I didn't know I loved her, baby, but they began to let her down. Well, I walked in real close and I leaned down in her face. I will see the good old girl again to Judgment Day. I said, lean in real close and I looked down in her face. I won't see the good old girl again to Judgment Day. So hard to love someone, don't love you. Don't look like satisfaction, I don't care what you do. Well, so hard, love someone, don't love you. Don't look like satisfaction, I don't care what you do. Lord, I didn't know I loved her till the good Lord's sun went down. I didn't have a soul, baby, to throw my arms around. Well, didn't know I loved her till the good Lord's sun went down. Didn't have a soul, baby, to throw my arms around. Love's hard on fall, make you do things you don't want to do.
Tried the old banjo trick with the fucking guitar there. Like, didn't quite work. The old banjo flipping trick. SD says, used to be great lunar parties at the press club. Christy says, that'd be best kind, Jody. My mom and my youngest daughter both 5'2". Christy says, that last song. SD says, that in the School of Pharmacy. Christy says, a guy named Rodney Brannigan played that night. 2 guitars at a time and killer vocals. SD says, I'm from Farmington, but I used to play Crash and Burke in the 80s. Ron says, the flip. Tried the fucking banjo flip, yep. Stein Eric Volstad says, hello from Norway. What's up, man? Skull. Ron Swanson says, hey, Stein. Christy says, howdy, Norway. Ron says, that was dark and soulful. Appreciate it. Ordway says, I saw the banjo flip this past week. Who did it? A few people did it. Dave Macon did it. Leroy Troy still does it. Old vaudeville thing. Ron says, shot. We'll do a shot. All right. Let's see. What we got here? Okay. Yeah. The Battle of the Clear Liquors. The Beefeater London Gin here. The Crack of Victorian England. And some Sugarland Shine. My Carolina spring water, trying to save that. It's getting low in the bottle. So I've got some store-bought Tennessee spring water here. So, yeah. You know, corn or Beefeater. Corn liquor or gin. Banjo Boy says, how big was your high school? Or the rest pigs? But my high school wasn't too big. Like, you know, just kind of a redneck high school, actually. It had a bunch of guys like riding around in big trucks with fucking Confederate flags on them and playing rap music in the stereo. SD says, my pops was Norwegian. Christy says he loved that cow. SD says he told Swedish jokes. So y'all tell me, gin or corn liquor? Ron says sour mash. I guess he's talking about the corn liquor. You gonna drink that mash and talk that trash. Get them votes in there, y'all. Your vote counts. Corn liquor or gin? Drinking that mash and talking that trash. Ordway says, here's the Beato Gilmore interview for later. I saw that, actually. I saw both. He had 2 with him. Saw the one last night that he put out. That was very interesting, actually. With David Gilmour, you know, pretty articulate. Like, has that fucking English gentleman type of talk, you know. Jody says corn. So 2 votes for corn liquor. The Nature Project sends $10 in a super chat. He says, man, that was it. Sunhouse himself would have been proud. Great performance. Can we get some Robert Johnson slide now? Maybe Come On In My Kitchen or something like that. Also, what state are you from? I'm from South Carolina. South Kakalaki, we call it. But, yeah, I'll do that for you. Thank you very much for that super chat, man. That is very much appreciated. Super chats are the life of this show. So we'll do this shot, and I'll do Come On In My Kitchen for you. Any more votes, y'all? Let's see. Amaril's Ayed Camille says, hi, everyone. Hi, Ed from France. I'm going to work. Let's play. All right. Smoke this cigarette. I'll play y'all a song. Play the request of Mr. Nature Project. SD says, my mother was French. Any more votes on the liquor? Corn liquor or gin? Y'all tell me. So far, let's see, it's 2 votes for corn liquor. And, well, that's it. SD says, pretty schizo, French Norwegian. Smoke this cigarette. I guess I'll put it out and play. I'll go ahead and play it. But in lieu of no more votes, we'll do some corn liquor. We'll play this song here. God damn. All right, there we go. Pretty high-powered stuff right here. Got to watch it with this stuff. All right, let's do this shot here. All right, cheers, l'chaim, slantya, prost, you know, all that good stuff. Salud, right down the hatch. Make that corn liquor face. Woo! Yeah. And y'all give me 1 second here. I'm gonna refresh this chat real quick here. Like getting kind of glitchy on my computer. And Amarillo says Santé. I believe that's a French cheers. Y'all hang on 1 second. I'm gonna refresh this chat real quick. My computer's getting kind of slow. Y'all hear me? Having some trouble here. Okay, here we go. Computer's being stupid. Here I am. Okay. Yeah, computer being stupid for a second there. All right. Do some Robert Johnson, Come On In My Kitchen. You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors. Oh, the woman that I love took from my best friend. Some joker got lucky, stole her back again. You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors. Well, now she's gone, I know she won't come back. I've taken the last nickel out of a nation's sack. You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors. Can't you hear that wind now? Lord, can't you hear that wind now? You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors. Well, the winter time's coming, you know it won't be slow. Can't take the winter, baby, that's dry long so. You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors. When a woman gets in trouble, everybody throws her down, looking for her good friends, none can be found. You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors.
Come On In My Kitchen by Robert Johnson by request right there. Okay, the chat's still working here. Get this air conditioner back on. Hello? I believe I'm streaming. Ain't seeing no chats there. There we go. George Ordway says aloha. Okay. Still got the chat going on. Talk, y'all. Nature Project sends me $2. Says, yes, sir. Can you do Terraplane? I need to learn Terraplane. Like, I've been working on that one, actually. Like, but yeah, appreciate that super chat very much, man. Thank you very much for that. I will get Terraplane down sometime soon here and play it for you on a live show. Probably do a video on there. Or a video on it on YouTube. I feel so lonesome. Can't you hear me when I'm on? Right. That was Robert Johnson's hit, like when he was alive, actually. Like he had like kind of a what you might call a hit. Like a local regional hit, like they played it on the jukeboxes and the Delta and stuff, and people used to request him play it and stuff. Ron says smooth, appreciate that. SD says battery died on my fan, I need to swap it out. Ron says we're here. SD says still sweltering.
Nature says, it was such a tough one to learn to play and sing at the same time for me. How about Sweet Home Chicago? I can do that for you. Okay. Yeah. Let me see here. A little bit of Terraplane, maybe. Well, I feel so lonesome. Can't you hear me when I'm on? Well, I feel so lonesome. Can't you hear me when I'm on? I've been driving my Terraplane, woohoo, baby, since you've been gone. Seen a flash of white lights. Don't know the words. Yeah, Sweet Home Chicago. Different guitar. This fucking thing tuned. Kind of why I need to quit smoking. Like my voice has been blowing early lately. All right. Let me swallow here. Fucking thumb pick. Oh, baby, don't you wanna go? Oh, baby, don't you wanna go back to the land of California, to my sweet home Chicago? Oh, baby, don't you wanna go? Oh, baby, don't you wanna go back to the land of California, to my sweet home Chicago? 1 and 1 and 2, 2 to 2 is 4. I'm able to baby. I'm booked, I got to go. Crying, hey, baby, honey, don't you wanna go back to the land of California, to my sweet home Chicago? 2 to 2 is 4. 4 to 2 is 6. Keep monkeying around with your friends. Get your business all in a trick. Crying, hey, baby, baby, don't you wanna go back to the land of California, to my sweet home Chicago? 6 and 2 is 8. 8 and 2 is 10. Your friend gonna get you one time. She sure gonna get you again. Crying, hey, baby, honey, don't you wanna go back to the land of California, to my sweet home Chicago? I'm going to California, back to them on our way. Somebody will tell me that you need my help someday. Crying, hey, baby, honey, don't you wanna go back to the land of California, to my sweet home, Chicago? Woo, yeah. Sorry about my vocals there. I think my chords are a little bit blown. Oh, shit. Yeah. That's what smoking for 25 years will do for you. Hey, baby. I think I might have just had some phlegm in there. Back to the land of California, to my sweet home, Chicago. Oh, baby, don't you wanna go? Yeah, okay, that's better. Nature Project sends me another $2. Says, great, man. Can you do Hellhound on my trail? I can try that for you. Thank you very much for that super chat. That is much appreciated. Super chats are the life of the show. Let's see. Let's try that. Now, if you thought I fucked the vocals up on that one, this is going to be worse. It's a very high song. Might play this in like a lower tuning than Robert did. Got to remember it. Let's see. Here we go. I gotta keep moving. Gotta keep moving. Blues falling down like hail. 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 And the day keeps on word me of a hellhound on my trail. Hellhound on my trail. Today was Christmas Eve. Nah, that's too fucking low. Let me try that again. Damn it. Fucking chair falling here. Wheels coming off. Okay, here we go. I gotta keep moving, gotta keep moving. Blues falling down like hail, blues falling down like hail. day keeps on worrying me of a hellhound. Ah, shit. Yeah, but fucking voice is shot. Like, song's too fucking high. Yeah. Let's try it one more time. Take three. I can barely talk now. Hell, shit. I gotta keep moving, gotta keep moving. Blues falling down like hail, blues falling down like hail. Blues falling down like hail, blues falling down like hail. And the day keeps on worrying me of a hellhound on my trail, hellhound on my trail, hellhound on my trail. If today was Christmas Eve and that tomorrow was Christmas Day, oh, wouldn't we have a time, baby? If today was Christmas Eve and tomorrow was Christmas Day, need my little sweet rider to pass the time away, oh, to pass the time away. You sprinkled hot foot powder all around my door, all around my door. You sprinkled hot foot powder all around your daddy door, all around your daddy door. Keep me around right up any old place I go, any old place I go. You can tell the wind is rising, leaves trimming on the trees, leaves trimming on the trees. Tell the wind is rising, leaves trimming on the trees. I wouldn't need my little sweet rider to keep my company, keep my company. Okay, yeah. Voice is going, yeah. Yep. But gave it a good college try, right? That might be the last one of the night there. Yeah, but blew my fucking vocal cords. Been a while since I've done the guitar on that one too. About the worst version of Hellhound on My Trail I've ever done. Yeah, my apologies to the Nature Project. I do need a cigarette though. God damn. He says, great job, man. Rest your voice. He sends me a $2 super chat. I appreciate that very much, man. Sorry about the vocals on there. And the, like, forgetful guitar playing. Haven't played that one in a while. So, yes, super chats are much appreciated. Dwayne says, enjoyed that regardless. SD says, sang from the diaphragm, a singer once told me. Yeah, yeah, I do that, but yeah, the chords aren't working right. SD says, sound pretty bluesy. Banjo Boy says, you have a gig, don't worry, bro. Yeah, got a gig Friday. SD says, third time a charm. Let's see, Dwayne, Lady K says, let's see, D-Wade, New Lady KA says, there's something about Robert Johnson and what he did influenced so many people. Yeah, like mostly in the 60s. He got really big in the 60s, like when his records got put out again by Columbia. Like back in his own time, when he was alive, like he didn't sell too many records. In the 1960s, they put his stuff out, and it influenced all these rock guys, influenced Bob Dylan, influenced Eric Clapton, you know, all those guys, Jimi Hendrix. George Ordway says, happy trails will be funny and great. Play and adjust the guitar to your voice. Happy trails to you until we meet again. I don't know the words, but yeah, definitely about time to quit the fucking cigs. Like age is kind of catching up with me, and yeah, my voice has been failing at like shows and stuff, like paid concerts and stuff. Let's see, Dwayne says, it would have been cool to see those original blues artists live back in the day. Like surname is pronounced Ladeka or Ladeka. Oh, okay. SD says vocals always lead. Ron says that sucks, man. Take it easy on yourself. Yeah, oh yeah. SD says whiskey voice. Banjo Boy says, I bet your dad knew the Happy Trails. Yeah, he heard it. Yeah. Both the Van Halen version and probably the old Roy Rogers. Didn't he play that? The old cowboy team. Catherine Johnson says, Edward, us mortals would be shouting from a mountaintop if our best performance was anything close to what you just played. Shit. Nah, that sucked. SD says, better than the whiskey shits. Right, yeah. Dwayne says, love your playing. Who do you think will best carry on the blues tradition these days? I don't know. Samantha Fish is pretty good. That big fat Kingfish guy is really good. I don't know a lot of the modern artists. Like most of the people I listen to are old and dead, you know. Ron says he sends a Canadian $6.99. He says for the effort. Well, I appreciate that, man. Thank you for that super chat. Always cool to blow your vocal cords on a live show. Ordway says, I think Roy. Yeah, Roy Rogers. Yeah. Like fucking Gene Autry sang, like, back in the saddle again. Banjo Boy says, Bat Wednesday and then Ed can rest. Well, we're probably going to have a Saturday show. I'm going to have a drummer that I've played many gigs with, and might have my bass player down here. We're probably going to play some stuff. So, yeah, look out for Saturday. Probably have some special guests on here. Ron says a Saturday is going to be sick. Hope so. It'll be sick with COVID. Dwayne says a buddy guy turned 89 this summer. 6 years younger than my dad, who turned 95 this summer. SD says Tumble and Tumbleweed. That's an old cowboy song there. Ron says, yeah, make sure Carol comes, please. I believe she's supposed to. She was thinking about coming out tonight, like hanging out a little bit, but like she decided like to come Saturday. Ron says, what time Saturday? Probably same time, 8:30 Eastern time. You probably run on like what, Mountain or Pacific time? Banjo Boy says, wow, I like Buddy Guy. Ron says, okay, cool. Dwayne says, that's also why I like Hank Williams Sr., influenced by the blues too. Oh yeah, I played a Hank Sr. song earlier actually. I played Your Cheating Heart. Ron says Pacific. Oh, okay. Way out west. Dwayne says, I saw Buddy Guy twice. Like, I missed him. He came to town one time and I fucking missed him. And now he's quit touring. Damn it. If y'all will excuse me real quick, I'm going to step outside and take care of some man business. I'll be right back. Dwayne says Jimi Hendrix's dad was from Vancouver. I didn't know that. I thought they were Seattle based. I guess he might have been from Vancouver. That's pretty close to Seattle. Catherine Johnson says, Quinn Sullivan, Buddy Guy's former protege, is all growed up and is a crushingly great guitar player. He's sort of like a young Clapton. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool there. Lonesome Stranger says, Cedric Burnside is R.L. Burnside's grandson. He keeps the hill country blues alive. I've heard of him. Yeah, I've heard some of his stuff. Banjo Boy says, is that karma because you made rude words? Maybe. Dwayne says, I have relatives in Vancouver and in Seattle. George Ordway says, hanging in for a bit, Ed. That Gilmore interview is something to promote. Holy moly. Yeah, I've seen that. That was a very good interview. SD says, I don't even try to sing mostly, just improvise. Dwayne says, Quinn Sullivan, really good, like Cedric Burnside. Probably might get out of here pretty soon. You know, pretty fucked for playing music. My damn vocal cords are screwed. Lonesome Stranger says, I've been to Buddy Guy's Legions in Chicago, but he wasn't there. So the place I played at in Clarksdale was owned by Morgan Freeman, called Ground Zero, Clarksdale, Mississippi. He wasn't there either, but his business partner was there. Ron says, you can still drink and bullshit and stutter a bit. Yeah, that's true. SD says, the talking blues. Dwayne says, I enjoy those documentaries on the older blues musicians. Oh yeah, I need to make one myself. Let's pull out some fucking potent potables, shall we? After that fucking horrible version of Hellhound on My Trail. All right, here we go. Wild Turkey Bourbon or some Red Label Johnny Walker here. Some Scotch or bourbon, y'all tell me. Banjo Boy says, is that the Clarksdale from the Monkees? No, I think they had Clarksville, I think. Clarksdale, Mississippi is where a lot of guys are from. Son House lived there for a while. Good old Ike Turner was from there. You know, guy who really knew how to treat a woman. Like pretty much like the center of Delta Blues. It's where Highway 61 crosses Highway 49. Lonesome Stranger says, let's do a shot of each. Oh shit. One at a time, y'all. Get them votes in. Just, Scotch or, what was it? Scotch or Wild Turkey. Dwayne says, also appreciate Charlie Musselwhite. He was pretty good. Ron says, Rise is probably the most talented blues guy right now. Have to look him up. Get them votes in. Wild Turkey or Scotch. Ron says, what were the choices? Wild Turkey and Scotch. SD says Blues Revival. Ron says Scotch. All right. Vote for Scotch. Lonesome Stranger says the Crossroads. Also McKinley Morganfield from Clarksdale. He lived there. Pretty close by, I think. Muddy Waters. They like across the street from the club we played at in Clarksdale. They got the Delta Blues Museum, and they had like his old cabin that he grew up in inside there, like rebuilt and stuff. SD says swing is back too. Ordway says it was fine being a formal producer. I had to put 3 people on voice rest, me included. Banjo Boy says, thanks, I'm glad that was your favorite cartoon. We got 1 vote for Scotch. Scotch versus bourbon. Y'all tell me, Scotch or bourbon? If age is catching up with me, folks. I used to be able to sing for 4 hours straight. Ron says Rise John Stiga, RJS Edward. Okay, try to look him up. Dwayne says it would be cool to visit the places where the blues musicians and country musicians lived long ago. It is pretty cool to go out to the fucking Delta and stuff. Like, very interesting place, very flat place, a lot of cotton fields. Not a whole lot of trees, like just cotton everywhere. Banjo Boy says that the Underground Railroad went where? From various places, like in America to Canada, basically. Don't really know the whole history of it. But let me restart this chat real quick. All right, there we go. Ron says, I think the only guy I follow that really gets it, though, is you, Ed. The real deal, no poser shit. I appreciate that a lot, man. I try not to be too fucking white when I'm playing the blues, but... So, no more votes. I guess we'll do, some scotch here. Ron says Irish for me. What brand? Okay, here we go. Cheers, L'chaim, Prost, Skull, all that good stuff. You know, salute. Right down the hatch. And Dwayne says, blues music is based on the life experiences these people had been through. Pretty much, yeah. They wrote about their lives. You know, they didn't get too fancy with it. They just like put pure fucking emotion into it. Banjo Boy says, don't sing, just play. I might play a couple of instrumentals in a minute. SD says, I'm let's see, recusing. But all this has made me realize I'm a bourbon man. You know, like, bourbon's all right. Like, I'm more of a British Isles type of guy, like Scotch and Irish. But you know, bourbon's good. It's like a little stronger tasting, like more oaky, like made with like new oak barrels. Smoke me a cigarette here. Ordway says, any change you do that, any chance you do that, play voice rest. Yeah, I do like an instrumental in a minute. Ron Swanson says, the lyrics in Police Dog Blues by Blind Blake are hilarious. I can't remember them. I've heard the song a bunch of times. He says, real life, fellow. I don't know if he wrote it. I mean, he might have wrote it. You know, like obviously, like some stuff he did was like old minstrel stuff, like, you know, into Jailhouse Now and stuff like that. Dwayne says, every country artist, such as Johnny Cash, had an appreciation for blues music. That's true. Even fucking Elvis, like, had a really good collection of blues records. He was a big blues guy. Ron says, it sounded like it, but I'm not sure. Banjo Boy says, after those beer flavors, what did you like? Well, Oktoberfest, you know, always the best. Ron says, it was a black man's lit at the time. Life at the time. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, people writing lyrics about their fucking lives. Yeah. It's like even the most like weird, like psychedelic shit you've heard, it is somebody writing about their life. And, you know, they took some acid and wrote about like what they experienced. Tanya Johnson Yaya says Jello shooters. It's been a long time since I did those. Shit. Ordway says sorry about the pumpkin. Yeah, the pumpkin ale was a big disappointment. Had too much spice in it, too sweet. Tasted like a fucking pumpkin cupcake. Ron says, welcome, Tanya. Yeah, welcome to the show. Dwayne says, old country music was like that too. Talked about life experiences. Yeah. It's pretty much the best thing to write about, like your life experiences. Ron says, I hate it when they add sugar to ale.
Yeah, I fucking always hated milk stout. You know what I mean? You ever tried that? Like sweet ass milk stout. Always hated that stuff. They put fucking lactose sugar in it. SD says Scots Irish folks influenced the blues quite a bit. Yeah, I mean, Scots Irish folks, very big in country, of course, like people who like settled up in the mountains and around here. Like, in fact, myself, my mom's family was a Scots Irish. Banjo Boy says Elvis was famously a gospel singer. Oh yeah, he sang some gospel. Tanya says, you're ripping over pot. Dwayne says Appalachian mountain music, right? Yeah, that's all Scots Irish there. The old Scots Irish people like came over here and like went straight to the fucking mountains. Tanya says sorry, tripping, or not sorry, sorry, because apparently she's Canadian. Sorry, tripping. Ron says ended up my wife. He says cool, right? And Banjo Boy says he's a Canuck too. Ron says me too, Dwayne says I like bluegrass music too. Well, I grew up on bluegrass like the first 10 years of my life. Went to many of bluegrass festivals. Seen some of the greatest of all time, all dead now. Met Bill Monroe, met Ralph Stanley, all them cool people. And Dwayne says another Canuck too. I mean, I have like a disproportionate number of Canadian fans. Like apparently, like Canada is a cooler country than the U.S. musically. I guess you guys like blues a lot. Ron says tripping is allowed here, Tanya, and pretty much anything within reason. Yep, you can trip all you want. Dwayne says Flatt and Scruggs are amazing. Yeah, never got to see Lester Flatt. Like he died back in the 70s, of course. I did get to see Earl Scruggs one time. Didn't meet him, but saw him. Catherine says 12-year-old Balvenie single malt Scotch and 12-year-old Redbreast single pot Irish whiskeys are excellent. Have to check those out. All right. SD says I like my beer, I like my women, dark and bitter. Tanya says government, sorry. And let's see, Canadian flag, curling rocks, and hockey sticks. So she's very Canadian. Dwayne says I do like blues music very much. Banjo Boy says you played so well today on Bat Wednesday, give it a rest. Yeah, trying to rest my voice. Can't sing too much no more. I blew my fucking voice, obviously. Ron says my dad was a huge fan of theirs. I inherited all the vinyl of Flatt and Scruggs he had collected. Cool, damn. Yeah, I had to hear Flatt and Scruggs like over and over and over, like years of my life. Like Pearl, 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 come be my darling girl, all that stuff. I mean, yeah, probably like besides Bill Monroe, probably the best bluegrass band. Curly Seckler, like played in there. I met him. Gene Wooten. SD says bluegrass is big in southern Colorado. Yeah, that kind of blew my mind. Like when I met people from like all over the country, like doing this channel and stuff. That so many people like bluegrass. I thought it was like just a strictly like a southeastern U.S. thing, but apparently like a lot of people like it. And I met all these guys as a kid. Like I met the Osborne brothers and Bill Monroe and
Ralph Stanley, all them people. Ron says, Canada has a small percentage of the U.S. population, and yet there are so many Canadian fans of yours. Yes, crazy. I guess y'all have better taste. Dwayne says, there's an appreciation for bluegrass music here too. Certain festivals devote to it. Ron says, me too. Ordway says, after party recordings, not Ed, but fun to listen to. After party recordings. Dwayne says, the love of good music is worldwide. And yeah, bluegrass is very high quality music. They kind of stressed virtuosity, like really good playing. They were very tight. Like fucking anybody in a big bluegrass band like can really play. Grab me a beer real quick. Tanya says, I'm a lover hero of Jesus. And some hockey sticks there. Ron says, I joined the Patreon. Yeah, I got some Patreon stuff, you know, like some like exclusive material, like ad-free stuff, MP3 downloads. Banjo Boy says, Canada loves Edward. I speak for Calgary. So I guess that's Alberta, right? Catherine says, the Rudy Boy Experiment out of Albuquerque, headed up by Rudy himself, is a great guitar player. He is rooted in the 60s rock and British blues. Ed, you should invite him out to Clarksdale. Well, I wish I was in Clarksdale. I'm in South Carolina. But, yeah, I'd love to play with the guy. Ordway says, voice rest, even talking. SD says, they rolled it into Jazz Blues Festival. Ron says, Edward Phillips joined the new Facebook. Yeah, I've got a Facebook page. Y'all joined the Facebook page. My old Facebook page, I had a lot of followers, and it got shut down because somebody hacked it, and Facebook, like, took it out. Dwayne says, Calgary is in Alberta. Yes, okay. I know a little bit about Canadian geography. Catherine says, invite him to South Carolina then. Yeah, I'd love to. Give me 1 second. I'm going to grab a fucking brewski here. Ron says, I was only on for a couple of hours tonight. Yep. Ron had a meeting there. Okay. Got some fucking, some Sam Adams flannel fest, lumberjack dunkel. Tanya says, sure, a lot of talking. Yeah, that blew my voice earlier. Like, can't do too much more singing. See, Dwayne says, jazz music great too. Yeah, I love some jazz. Love some old bebop, you know, from the 40s and 50s. Tanya says, I'm looking for Carpenter. SD says, Calgary Stampede. Ron says, Catherine, the Balvenie is my favorite scotch. Yeah, let's do a fucking instrumental here. Can't really sing, but Will. Guitar's not working.
What in the fuck is going on here? There we go. All right.
Don't think twice, okay.
Ain't no use to sit and wonder why, baby. If you don't know by now. Ain't no use to sit and wonder why, baby. It won't do you no good no how. When the rooster crows at the break of dawn, you look out your window and I'll be gone. You're the reason I'm traveling on. Don't think twice, it's alright. Ain't no use in turning off your light, baby. The light I never know. Ain't no use in turning off your light, baby. I'm on the dark side of the road. I ain't saying you treated me unkind. You could have done better, but I don't mind. You just kind of wasted my precious time. Don't think twice, it's alright.
Alrighty. That one is low enough for me to sing. Dwayne says, I do have relatives in Calgary too, all over the place. Vancouver is on the itinerary to go to. Relatives there too. Tanya says, so glad I slept all day. Dwayne says, I saw Bob Dylan live back in 1990. I seen him about like 2001 or 2002, something like that. Ron says, yeah, live about 6 hours from Van. Banjo Boy says, nice riff. I'm old and I like Peter, Paul, and Mary. Dwayne says, I do like Bob Dylan's second album, where this song comes from. Are you talking about Freewheeling? Yeah. I believe that's on there. Yeah, Freewheeling Bob Dylan. But yeah, might smoke another cigarette, have another shot, and get the fuck out of here. You know, it's been a long night. Ron says, wow, that was dialed, man. Appreciate that. Tanya says, goes both ways. Dwayne says, Freewheeling Bob Dylan, yes. Very good record. Banjo Boy says, don't hurt your voice. Well, yeah. Well, too late, I guess. But yeah, y'all be sure to join me Saturday when I might have a couple of special guests on here. Saturday night, 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Ron says, cool, man, appreciate you. Let's see, the Ordway says something. Dwayne says, this was awesome. Cheers. Appreciate it, man. Catherine says, oh heck, Saturday is when my New Mexico State Aggies try to play football. Bless their hearts. Is it me? I don't follow football. Banjo Boy says, peace and love and thanks for the groovy jukebox. And how about the bat theme? We'll do that in just a minute. Ron says, thanks for the show, Ed. And Ordway says, Ed, let me get a link to the Highwaymen before you close. All right, yeah. You talking about like the super group of Johnny Cash and Willie Nelson and what Waylon was in there, I think. Anyway, let's do one shot for the road. Let's see here. Ron says a Cracker Barrel was tripping over themselves trying to back. Yeah. Yeah, Cracker Barrel like walk back on their bullshit of taking out like all the antiques and changing the fucking sign and stuff. And that was pretty cool. He says it must have been your intro that night, brother. Yeah, maybe they saw this fucking film here this film. What the fuck am I talking about? This live stream, like a few weeks ago when I did the fucking Cracker Barrel inspired intro. Yeah. Dwayne says 2 groups with that name, a folk group and the country super group. I like both. George Ordway says, yep, here go the Cats. And Ron says, and Willie Nelson too. Okay, got a bottle of Beefeater London gin here. And we got some French absinthe. Y'all tell me, absinthe or gin? Get them votes in, y'all. Your vote counts. Dwayne says gin. SD says they keep shooting football and basketball players in Corky. Catherine says, after whiskey, should I start dialing 911 right now? No, I'm good. I can hang. Ron says gin. Probably might lay off the alcohol for the next show, though. Got some guests coming over and trying to lose some weight and quit smoking. So we got 2 votes for gin, or what was it? Absinthe. Yeah. Banjo Boy says, "See you on the weekend. Bring your nice musical friends. I will. They should be coming out." SD says, "Wiped a couple of volleyball players on the road the other day." You like hit some fucking volleyball players? Fuck. Catherine says, "Not the gin." Ordway says, "Jenny was a beautiful red hair who lost her husband in a war." I believe gin originated in Holland, somewhere in the fucking Netherlands. Okay, well, any more votes? 2 votes for gin. I guess we'll do gin. Where is that shot glass? And the patented Ed Phillips shot glass right here, available below in the merch link. SD says NM, I guess New Mexico is really a baseball state. No, here in South Carolina, like very football, like very college football. Like when I went to school, like in Columbia at USC, the University of South Carolina. You know, they had been fucking ball games, and all them cunts would come up there from, you know, supporting like Georgia and all that shit, like Georgia Bulldogs and the Carolina Gamecocks. Like turned the town into a fucking madhouse. But anyway, let's do this shot of gin here. L'chaim, cheers, prost, you know, all that good stuff. Slanta, right down the hat. SD says that the air is too thin to train, really. I thought New Mexico was like a pretty low, like as far as like elevation and stuff, and you know, flat like desert type of place. Yeah, okay. I've been sitting here stuttering, bullshitting, and drinking for a while. Catherine Johnson says, thank you, Edward. I still remember the first video of yours I saw. It looked like you were in some clear cut, and then you started to play three notes. And I was like, holy hell, where have I been? Yeah. Like, you know, it's getting fall now. It might make some more like woodsy videos, like go out in the woods and make some more videos and shit. Danko Jones says, hey Edward, what's up? Banjo Boy says, rest your voice, dummy. I'm gonna try to. Danko Jones says, sorry Ed to message you like this. Lost your number, but last night I think I left my wallet on your nightstand. Shit. Well, you know, things happen. Guess you you know, paid me more for that sex than you know, planned on. SD says it's a dry heat. Ron says same back many years ago, Catherine. In a fucking tangled hair. But anyway, okay, let's, Ron says a gigolo Ed Phillips. Yep. Gigolo, definitely not a juggalo. SD says the eastern slope of the Rockies. Oh, okay, so he's kind of high up there. Okay. SD says, I forgot where Ed is, South Kakalaki, South Carolina. Catherine Johnson says, New Mexico starts at 4,000 feet and goes to 7,500 feet. The southern Rockies run down the center. Up north is high desert, and down south is just desert. Banjo Boy says, bat goodbye, peace out. SD says, South Carolina, yeah, right, South Kakalaki. Okay, let's do the traditional parting theme of the show. See y'all same bat time, same bat station. Or actually, probably see y'all Saturday night at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Banjo Boy says, see you, love you. SD says, think I got lost there once. Victor says, good night all. See you later, Victor Swinson. Banjo Boy says, drink some tea. Yeah, probably will. The SD says, bam, pow. And Ron says, take care of that voice, brother. All right. Catherine says, thanks, Ed. Night all. I guess I'll see y'all next time. Probably Saturday night, 8:30 Eastern Standard Time, PM. So, I think I'll end it right here.